the correct thing was not to fight that. Okay, one more random character. Gargoyle Artificer. This is actually pretty okay. I don't like the low HP, but this is fine. What do I start the game with? With a cloth. These guys get 0 on everything, or -1. 0 ranged weapons, noticeably. Not that I'm going to go ranged weapons anyway, but 0 ranged weapons. Oh, wow, like, do they seriously not beat an Endoplasm 1v1? Well, I guess it makes sense because the Endoplasm has an ability that it completely ignores armor class, and these guys do have low amounts of HP. So yeah, a bit better when dealing with monsters that do not ignore armor class. Oh, plus 3 letter armor. So a lot of detail. This is screen, or what do you mean? Yeah, like there's a lot of aptitudes that you can train, or like a lot of skills with their respective aptitude stat that you can train. The higher it is, it ranges from +5 to -5. The higher it is, the cheaper it is to train for it, and the higher it is, the better you are at it. Yeah, you can feel free to ask any questions regarding Crawl. I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability. Weapons, for example, like they have like attack speed. It is very different from Brief Wizard, where pretty much every action takes 1 turn, except for some monsters' actions. The whip has a base attack delay of 1.1, so at 0 skill it would take me 1.1 turns to attack with it. But I can train it, and I reach min delay, which is 0.5. It means that every turn I can attack with it twice, pretty much. Reach that skill level 12. Or what it actually means is that attacks take me half a turn, so I can attack and then walk away, and I spend a turn and a half doing that action. Which may or may not be helpful. More often than not, it is a good thing to have attack speed, because it just means that you're dealing more damage to the monsters. Monsters don't generally attack as fast as you do. So, like, that's one of the really low amount of advantages that the player gets compared to the monsters. Monsters have numbers, and sometimes they even have some really busted stuff that they only get to have because the monsters very rarely will do the optimal thing every time. So it is balanced by the randomness of monsters not just going for the crazy option whenever they can. Like, for example, Orc Priests are a pretty good example of that. Like, Orc Priests have an attack that deals between 7 and 17 of your HP that cannot miss and can hit you anywhere on the screen as long as you can see them, which is really, really busted. It's quite annoying. I think that it is really strong. I've always thought that it was pretty strong since the early days of me playing Crawl. But it's balanced around the fact that they don't really do it that much. However, that still doesn't remove the possibility of them just like destroying you out of nowhere, because like that's certainly a thing that can happen. That's actually one of the greatest weaknesses of gargoyles. Since gargoyles don't have good HP, it takes a while for me to amass the 40 to 50 HP that I would require to not die to that, or to feel confident fighting a single priest to avoid the possibility of just getting destroyed like that. We shall see how it goes this time. Maybe I'll not find priests until I am in good enough shape to fight them. Fingers crossed. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Monsters really do get some super busted stuff in this game, and that's not even that, like as crazy as it gets, because there's monsters in the super late game that do the same but way better. Like there's an ability called Damnation, which is an explosion, so explosions cannot be dodged. is smite targeted, so it can also hit you anywhere on the screen as long as they can see you. And it deals 3 dice of 15 damage. So it goes from 7 to 17 to 3 dice of 15. That's a maximum of 45 damage. Endgame characters get like, well, specifically on a gargoyle with 27 fighting and 27 HP gets around 180 HP. So yep, it's quite a lot of damage. 3 dice of 15. And there's a specific bolt. Bolts are things that are not randomly generated, things that someone made and submitted to the game, and it got added to the game. There's a bolt that places a ton of those enemies that have that ability, like places like 10. Um, and like you can randomly land in there. So you gotta be prepared to deal with that kind of thing, or get lucky enough that they don't just delete you the moment that you enter the level, because that's a possibility. But that's only the super ultra late game. In fact, it is so late game that I very rarely do it. Last time I did extended was like 6 years ago. In terms of Noita, it would be like a 33 orb run, like parallel worlds and going to hell and going up and like doing all that weird stuff. It is kind of something like that. I'm not a fan of those very very long runs. Anyway, here's a priest, as you can see. Smiting 7 to 17. Smites any targeted enemy within sight with no direct line of fire required. Pretty rough, pretty rough. And I'm definitely not capable of dealing with that guy yet. So what I have to do is realize that I cannot do that and go. Oh, there were two. There were two priests there. So I was not beating that. In fact, the sole fact that there's two priests on D3 is more than enough for me to not want to do it. Um, okay, I should probably not spam my Wand of Flaming so much. Yep. Artificer starts with 3 wands: a Wand of Flaming, a Wand of Charming, and a Wand of Ice Blast. They start with 15 charges of Flame and Charming and only 5 charges of Ice Blast, because Ice Blast is the best out of those 3 wands. I should save them for when I actually need to use them. They deal okay damage, but I think the most interesting part about the wands is that they offer you with a ranged attack, which is not something that most things in the game get, at least from the very beginning, while also having reasonable melee. Is it really reasonable melee? I think that the most important thing about the start is the Wand of Ice Plus for sure. It's such a powerful item to have. I don't have a lot to deal with this Scorpion, which would normally be really scary because it's fast and it poisons. But as a Gargoyle, I'm immune to poison. Gargoyles have a lot of advantages in the early game. They have a long list of resistances, and they also gain armor class as the game progresses, getting to a maximum of 20 armor class, which, yeah, it's pretty crazy because they are not restricted to wear armor, so they can also wear heavy armor, which leads them to ending the game with really crazy amounts of armor class, like very difficult to get the amount of armor class that a Gargoyle gets with any other character. Or on the other hand, it lets you not wear heavy armor, but do other things, like wear lighter armor and cast the spells, because heavier armor interferes with your spell casting and stuff like that. Yeah, very classic roguelike stuff. A cool thing about Crawl compared to something like Noita is a game that draws a lot from NetHack. I've always said that. In NetHack, you can theoretically become as godly as a 33 or run Noita character. In Crawl, no such thing is possible. Like in Crawl, I would say that the vast majority of the game is very exciting because of that, because like danger is still around the corner, and not from some ridiculous instant death the same way that NetHack and Noita has it, but from situations that like it's not instant death. I guess that's what I can say. Like enemies with large damage outputs, or things that you really cannot avoid, and you have to play around in some other way to deal with the enemies, stuff like that. Let's try to charm this Hornet, because otherwise I don't think I beat it. I still don't beat it, but I have to go get it to the previous level. I can park it in the previous level, tell it to wait here, and then I don't have to deal with it until I go back to that level. I might be immune to poison, but the hornets still hit kind of hard, so I cannot really deal with them. Um, I'm gonna need 10 maces, I think. This game has portal bolts. Right now in this level there's a drain. Drain is a portal bolt. Portal bolts are like optional special levels that give you some level of danger, depending on what portal bolt it is, for the chance to get some loot. Once again, depending on what portal bolt it is. In this case, we have a sewer, and the sewers are very easy to deal with, and the loot isn't even that great, but it's okay because it's easy loot. It's very difficult to die in a sewer. There's some that can be pretty dangerous, but it's rare that you die in a sewer, I think. Probably the one with Pargy is the one that's the worst. Or the one with the sirens. The one with the sirens is also pretty bad. Is this the one with the sirens? I think it is. Oh no, it might be the one with Pargy. There's a couple that have Pargy. Um, yeah, I think that you go around this and then you find Pargy. Yep. 35 HP, lots of evasion. Hits kind of hard. I like the description of Pargy, an unusually weak troll. Pargy also has a late game version, in case you don't find the early game Pargy, that is called Park Hit, who hits significantly harder and is way, way more dangerous. It's pretty cool. There's some monsters that have names, like this one is Pargy, which are called unique monsters. And unique monsters are, well, unique. There's only one of them in any given run. And some have a late game version, if there's a late game version of an early game unique, or an early game version of a late game unique, and you kill the early game version, you're not gonna get the late game version. So in this case, I know that I'm not gonna get park hit. Okay, that went well. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I think that it would have been pretty rough if I had not gotten my Wand of Flame, so it was good that I had some charges for using on park hit. Shooting fire on top of water creates a steam. It's kind of a thing that you can probably correlate to Noita in a way. And steam deals damage to monsters because it's like scalding hot. And it's pretty effective versus monsters and versus players too. If the players don't have fire resistance or they have low armor class, this is easy to deal with. Yeah, sure, I can do this. Okay, pretty easy to deal with. And I got 13 gold for my trouble. That was a player ghost. Sometimes people die and they leave ghosts, and you can kill them and get loot. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Crawl has a lot of cool things like that between the player ghosts and the uniques, and now with the introduction of the early / late game versions of uniques, it's pretty cool. Okay, I think that I should re-teleport because there's Sigmund in this level. Sigmund is a unique that can go invisible, confuse you, and hit you pretty hard. So it's probably for the best that I do not fight Sigmund. I don't think that I can beat Sigmund yet. Grinder was also an enemy like that. Grinder, who we saw earlier. A shield. I'm gonna pick that up. I will equip it later. Orc Priest. Maybe I can beat it now. I have 43 HP. Have I ever played Oxygen not included? Never heard of that. But I'm interested. You can tell me what it is about, and I will read it. Oh, Temple. Okay. Crawl also has a god system, so you have a wide variety of gods. I'm actually posting god overviews of all of the gods on YouTube. It's a work in progress, but I am indeed making progress. Let's see what I got this time. I am tempted to go Ru. I will go Ru. I almost never go Ru. because I don't like Ru that much. Ru is a god that requires you to make sacrifices in order to gain incredible power. But like the sacrifices are stuff like, oh, you're gonna lose an eye, or you're gonna lose an arm, or you're never gonna be able to train armor again. Like stuff that's actually pretty impactful. Um, but but like you get a lot of value for doing those things. Um, what I don't like about Ru is that sometimes those sacrifices you make can end up killing you much later in the game, um, because they can permanent. They are literally permanent. Like there's no way to get back anything that you sacrifice from Ru. So you gotta think about what you actually want to sacrifice. Um, okay. Game from the same devs as Don't Starve. I've heard about Don't Starve. It's a game that one of my friends really likes. Complex colony management simulator. Is it like Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld? I'm personally not too attracted to games like that. Um, Only recently have I started to get into Age of Empires 2. But what I like about that is that you're playing against someone else. Like I really like playing 1v1s online. Um, yeah, I enjoy that. But micromanagement simulators are not really that much of my thing. Otherwise, I'm gonna get the potion of curing. I have gotten very far without identifying anything. Also gonna buy attraction to identify it, very important, and haste, I think. And in the future, I'm gonna come back for that and this, and maybe even this and this. Yeah, I'll just buy everything when I can afford to do it. Okay. I got marked. When you get marked, every monster in the level knows where you are. So it is probably for the best that you leave the level if you get marked. In that case, there was only one monster in the level left, so it was okay even if I hadn't left. But it's better to be safe than to die to something that you could have easily avoided. Boots, okay. Put on the boots. Oh, I put on the kite shield. I don't want the kite shield. I want the boots. The kite shield actually provides me with a rather nasty penalty to melee. Is it that bad? It's 1.1. Only 1.1. This is actually not that bad. I will now equip the boots. And I think I'll leave the kite shield on. It should be fine for a bit. At least at this point in the game. The more the game goes on, the more I will either want to take it off or train for it to reduce its penalties. It used to be the case that shields had magic numbers, after which they no longer penalize you in any way whatsoever, but that was removed a couple of versions ago. In my opinion, that was not a good change. I like my magic numbers in Crawl. Okay. It's kind of a complicated situation, that one. There was too many monsters. The correct thing to do is to not fight that many monsters at the same time. I'm significantly less afraid of the Orc Warrior as I would be of the Priest, because the Orc Warrior checks my armor class and I have a lot of it, for this point in the game anyway, which, by the way, I just got a big boost to my armor class because that guy was carrying plate. So now I have my 19 armor class, very high. The Priest, on the other hand, does not care about my 19 armor class. And if it had smitten me a bit too much, I would have been in trouble. Weapons still have magic numbers, so that's kind of a janky situation. Yeah, that I agree with that absolutely. I just haven't mentioned it because I'm a bit nervous about the possibility of maybe devs realize that weapons have magic numbers and they're like, okay, so if we just remove the magic numbers from this one thing, why not just remove the magic numbers from everything? And now you have to train your weapon to 27 if you want to have min delay, no matter what weapon it is. That would be Pretty bad thing, in my opinion. I wouldn't really like that at all. That's why I haven't mentioned it. Okay, we found blinking. Blinking is the single most important consumable in the game. If you have played Rift Wizard, it's like Rift Wizard blinking, except that it is extremely limited, unlike Rift Wizard blinking, which is quite abundant. Okay, now let's go upstairs. Tell you to wait here because I still cannot deal with you, and proceed with the journey. Mm. Yeah, like what you really want to do with wands of charming is to have the enemies attack other enemies. But there were no enemies nearby, so it would just become uncharmed immediately and attack me while it's next to me. It's kind of annoying. The same philosophy is definitely aiming for no magic numbers, but all weapons would need major reworks first. I think that it would be cool if you were to get kinda the same performance that you get right now from the weapons, if you were to train them to Mendeley, as Mendeley is right now, but like get way better buffs to your weapons if they are um, trained to 27. Like I think that I don't necessarily think that how to put it, training a weapon beyond Mendeley should be a thing that like maybe should be incentivized in some way, just to add a little bit of variety, so that it's not as much of a no-brainer to not train them beyond Mendeley. Um, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah. At least not in a way that is not just like a massive nerf to weapons, as the shield rework was a massive nerf to shields. Okay. I decided to go for my one device plus here because that guy is actually kind of scary. The acid dragon deals quite a bit of damage. Oh, the basilisk tried to petrify me, but I'm a gargoyle, so the gargoyles have crazy resistances. These are the resistances that they start the game with. The immunity to poison is a big deal. Resistance to electricity is super nice as well. 2 pips of resistance to negative. They only have one, but I have a ring of positive energy. Um, and they also get the crazy armor class. So yeah, lots of upsides for the one downside that they do have, which is their low HP. Okay, Flail of Holy Rat versus Wraith. Ru believes you're ready to make a new sacrifice. What do you want me to sacrifice? Ouch. Sacrifices your skills, causing you to have all of your skill aptitudes decreased by 1. This will likely cause you to lose ranks in trained skills. That hurts. You will find that you do not regenerate when monsters are visible. That's one of my least favorite mutations in the whole game, so I'm not getting that. And this gives me -5 evasion. I don't want to get that. I feel like that's actually really bad. But that's just what it is with Ru. All sacrifices are bad. You are not gonna get good sacrifices. Your fighting skill decreases to level 7, and your maces and flails skill decreases to level 9. Pretty rough. But what can you do? So if you guys play Magic, I would equate Ru to the philosophy of the color black in Magic. You know, greatness at all costs and stuff like that. Ru feels very much like that. Okay, I might die to this priest. This is going pretty roughly. Fortunately, I have some consumables, but yeah, it's not gonna help me a lot if these guys decide to not die from my melee. Can I try to charm this guy? Like, I tried at the beginning. Okay, don't smite me again. Oof. That's one of the main reasons why I don't like playing low HP characters is because of stuff like that. Priests are just too common and too strong versus characters with low amounts of HP. Troll Rusa, sacrifice magic for free advantages. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Unseen Horror. There's monsters that are invisible in Crawl, so like this Unseen Horror. Fortunately, the Unseen Horror has bad team movement, so it just doesn't attack you like crazy every time. Um, but it attacks you and then it retreats and then it comes back and then it attacks you. The correct way to deal with something like that is to just find a corridor and attack in the direction where it is, so you eventually hit it until it kills. Why did I end up ditching the shield? Good catch. I didn't mention it. I dropped it because I felt like it was nerfing me pretty badly in melee. I tried killing some stuff um, like those things that I found in that lair entrance, the wyverns and the acid dragon. The wyverns were like just melting me, so yeah, I felt like it was not doing too good for me. It's a lot of monsters. Would be a good time to have immolation. Yeah, let's try to find it. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's fear. I mean, I guess that works as well, but I wanted immolation. Oh, poison is pretty useful as well. Do I have attraction? Okay, I do have attraction, so I can use good old attraction poison strategy, where you pull the monsters into the poison and then they die. It's really strong. The game has a lot of synergies like that. Lots of consumable combos. Unlike Rift Wizard, there's a crazy high amount of consumables and synergies that you can use. Um, Pretty cool. It's in a tough spot because weapon speed is as much defensive as offensive. Yeah. In that sense, I still think that shields apport more defense to you than they reduce from reducing your attack speed. But I still think it's pretty bad regardless. I just wish that I didn't have to make that decision when it comes to equipping a shield. Um, oh, I ran out of. No, I have one charge. Okay, I also have one charge of flame. I'd rather get rid of flame. Okay, I tried flame, didn't work. Let's try ice blast. You kill Sonya. Um, Needed to get rid of Sonya because of that short sword of distortion. You don't want to get hit by that. That's a pretty bad thing to being the receiving end of. Now that I have a decent amount of HP, I can actually go back and fight some stuff. Yeah, the character looks kinda really strong as it is right now. Good armor class, okay evasion, and yeah, that's bad armor class, good evasion, and a decent amount of HP. My other option is also equipping the chainmail, but I think that if I'm gonna use something like that, I would just use the plate after looking at how my stats look on while equipping that. I think I'm gonna stick with the troll letter because my armor class will go up eventually, and I want regen, and I don't have regen yet. Regen is a very important property to have in my opinion. I like to stack it as much as possible. Okay, that's two priests. I still don't feel very comfortable fighting two priests. There's two ways to deal with priests. You either kill them really, really fast, which this character cannot really do yet, or you have a ton of HP, which this character also doesn't have yet. So it's kind of rough. Okay. Yeah, priests are probably the only thing that I have issues with. Oh, +4 ice skills. Cannot go in there. Won't really be able to do it for a while. Wow, pretty lucky. I got confused and I still managed to kill the two invisible dudes. Yeah, the trophy is not outside of the realm of possibility, at least, which is definitely quite nice. Very much unlike what I have seen in the past when it comes to tropes. Sacrifice love is pretty free. Rue asks you to sacrifice your ability to be loved. That means that no monsters can be my allies. That renders some items useless. and prevents you from training summonings. It also makes necromancy much worse, but I don't really use those things at all, so I always get that sacrifice whenever it's offered to me. Yep, Charming is dead. I immediately dropped it. Okay, D3 has a couple of Orc Priests. It was pretty messed up that I got 2 Orc Priests on D3 when I'm still nervous around them at this point in the game. Oh, I accidentally drank Potion of 3. Well, that at least gives me a decent amount of armor class, so... Oh, blind. Cool. Rue made that Orc Priest blind. Yeah, I think that Crawl is not a game that really is very suitable for watching if you don't really understand the game already. I was thinking about it. Because in order to truly get like what makes Crawl exciting, you need to know Crawl. So in that sense, it's perfectly understandable that I haven't really had a lot of popularity on Twitch or stuff like that. But that's perfectly fine. I don't particularly mind. Oh, Randart. What is that? Oh, it's a Randart Arbalest. I am definitely very interested. Yes, I do want to check it out. The only issue is that I would be going is straight into a fight with an orc or with an ogre in melee. But I might be able to do it. 17, 16. That seems fine actually. I'll stick with that. Okay, let's see how this goes. It better be worth it. It better be worth it. Oh, let's go downstairs. Or upstairs, rather. Okay, I ended up winning. +9 Arbalest of penetration. Okay, that's incredible. That's so good. I'm not gonna use it. In fact, I'm gonna inscribe it with launchers are bad. Launchers suck seems more precise, but I'm still gonna carry it with me for the rest of the game. I'm still not gonna use it. It is probably one of the best Arbalests that I have ever seen. It's super good, but I'm still not gonna use it. And I don't even think that I'm making a mistake by not using it. I legit think that an Arbalest is a trap item. Wow, Sigmund had a +5 side of flaming. That's also pretty crazy. Yeah, it is actually an incredible item. If it was something like a mace or so, I would have been so much happier. But an Arbalest is a trap item, in my opinion. The side same skills are flails. It is a polearm. Sides are polearms. For practical purposes, it is a halberd. It used to have different stats, but now only the on Randart sides are have the stats that all sides used to have before. Okay, I have a lot of armor class, so I'm not afraid of you guys. It certainly is nice to have a balanced amount of armor class and evasion. Like 17, 16 is way too high for this point in the game. Much better than it would be to have 33, 0, for example. Yeah, Merlin, if you're still here, just just to let you know. Melee in Crawl is not really as exciting as and interesting as Crawl can be. I think that the more exciting thing that Crawl has to offer is the magic system. Um, the magic system in Crawl gives you a crazy amount of options. Like there's hundreds of spells, well, a bit over 100 spells, and like there's a lot of synergy between them. For example, there's a spell that deals damage to monsters and pushes them away from you, and there's a spell that places clouds of freezing vapor. So you can push the monsters into the clouds of freezing vapor and have them walk towards you again, and then push them away again, like stuff like that, very combo-y. This is fascinating to you. Yeah, and like this is the super early game. We still haven't gotten to the crazy part, which is the mid game. Yeah, the crawl mid game experience is pretty rough because it's like the early game, except for the fact that you actually have consumables and like options, and the game still does its best to kill you. Crawl is a game where very consistently, like the game will try pretty hard to kill you. It doesn't try its best. If it tried its best, all priests would smite you every turn while they're in line of sight. Fortunately, it's not like that. Rift Wizard is like that. That's why Rift Wizard monsters deal significantly less damage than monsters in this game. Um, Sacrifice wards. I don't want to sacrifice wards, and I also don't want to sacrifice Artifice. Though sacrificing Artifice as an Artificer feels pretty funny. That would also give me 5 pips of piety, which is exactly enough to use Apoc, and then Apoc literally wins me the game. I am very tempted. I am very tempted, not gonna lie. Wards is 4 pips of piety. And it's a pretty bad mutation. The ability to use magical scrolls after being badly injured. Normally, the point in the game where you want to use magical scrolls is when you're badly injured. Yeah, I'm probably gonna sacrifice evocations because I don't like sacrificing wards and I don't like sacrificing a hand. Causing you to lose the ability to use shields and two-handed weapons and to be able to wear one fewer ring. It's a pretty bad thing. You still haven't beaten Rift Wizard? You have not yet discovered the formula for making a build? The easiest way to beat Rift Wizard is to just go fire and just get like the fire skills, pretty much all of them. So you saw my melt video a couple of days ago. Like that's literally the ultimate example of just go fire almost any fire spell and just get all of the fire skills, and it somehow works out. It's pretty funny. I already cannot use Mirror or Box of Beasts. Yeah. Sacrifice Artifice because an Artificer sacrificing Artifice is pretty funny. Yep. Okay. I got literally all 3 abilities from Ru. You can no longer study or use magical devices. Cool. And I have Apoc. Let's put Apoc on the quiver because, you know, Ru worshipper. Apoc is not something that you're supposed to spam. Like, Apoc is something that, well, we will go to Orc. Should we go to Orc immediately? I think that I'm gonna go to Orc immediately, just because I already have Apoc. Apoc destroys Orc super badly. Yeah. Okay. Boo. I was expecting or hoping to see way more monsters here. But yeah, this is what you do with Apoc. You press the button and you reveal the great annihilating truth to your foes. The way that I imagine this is like in Darkest Dungeon, when you beat the first Darkest Dungeon, you start to see things as they truly are. So I bet that you do something like that to the monsters. You hear a shout times 10. Did I? Oh, yeah, I did get that message. Yeah, it's a pretty loud ability. Pretty costly in terms of drain, but it doesn't even cost Ru Piety. Like, it's on the same level as a level 9 spell in terms of power. Just kills everything. Um, yeah, I have willpower. That's why I'm doing this. I don't have willpower? Oh, I don't have willpower. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this at all. But I think that I'm already too committed.
What's UUUUUP?
Hello, Adam Brani. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the continued support. Thank you for the $20. I am playing not Rift Wizard. I've been talking a bit about Rift Wizard, but I'm playing random character. Random character. Mm, yeah, they were like, oh, what happened there? That was not good. Um, I used Apoc there versus that Ogre Mage. When I saw the Ogre Mage, I was like, oh, I made a big mistake coming here. But not even Ogre Mages at this point in the game are like a match for the unhinged power of experience level 12 Gargoyle of Rook with Apoc. Like, it's so silly. Why do I even have Apoc at this point in the game? So strong. Um, but getting to Apoc did cost me -1 aptitude, which I don't like. It caused me to be hated by all, which doesn't really matter because I don't like to use allies anyway. And it caused me to not be able to study or use magical devices, which, yeah, that one is probably the worst. So I wonder what happens if you abandon Ru, like with that sacrifice, and then you go Hep. I wonder if it works. It probably doesn't work. What does Apoc scale from? It scales with experience level and Ru piety as well. So even if you have 6 pips of piety, oh, it's the one with the wizards. Oh, that's not gonna be good. Even if you have 6 pips of piety, it still scales with experience level. And on the other hand, even if you have experience level 27, you can still get it to be a bit more powerful um, by getting 6 pips of piety. On the other hand, it's not that necessary to get 6 pips of piety, at least not right now. Like I can now afford to wait until I have literally the best possible sacrifice. Um, this is something that I probably shouldn't be doing, but I'm just like living life risky here. Um, Ru in any way comparable to top tier gods? I would say that Ru is probably one of the strongest gods in the game. The thing about Ru is that I don't like playing Ru because I don't like the sacrifices. I feel like the sacrifices are super likely to get you killed if you grab the wrong ones. And what's the wrong ones really depends on your character and what your character does. Like it's a whole complicated mess. Oh man, that message is gonna be the bane of me because I'm so used to pressing that button when I am like that's probably one of the first things that I do in situations like this. This guy has an ability that's called Banishment. Banishes a creature into the abyss, and you can probably figure it out, but the abyss is not a happy place. And it has a 52% chance to do it to me if it decides to do it. So it's pretty much a coin flip if it goes for it. Um, I'm glad that monsters in this game don't work like monsters in Rift Wizard, um, because if they work like that, it would immediately do it, and it would be pretty awful. Um, okay, jumping to kill the wizards has not been bad at all. Okay, but I am so fearful here. Like I feel like I'm gonna get banished and I'm gonna die and I'm gonna be kind of annoyed by that. Um, but I am too committed. I've already killed so many wizards here. I might be done. Oh, there's one more. Please don't banish me. Please don't banish me. Come on. Stunned by your conviction and fails to attack. For all that I know, that could have been a banishment. Um, Yeah, those messages are Ru abilities. Ru does that passively, and then you have the 3 activated abilities. Draw out power gives you a bunch of healing and mana at the cost of some of your max HP temporarily. Like as you kill things and gain experience, it comes back. Power leap lets you jump and exhausts you. Exhaustion is like a timer for all those 3. It doesn't really matter for other things. And Apoc is Apoc. Like Apoc is Apoc. We have already seen what Apoc does, and we will see it even better once I go to Orc 2. Yeah, in Orc 2 we're truly gonna see what Apoc looks like. I think that I want to do Apoc here actually because that dancing weapon was kinda scary. Mm. You were waiting for Ru to reflect a banishment? Oh, that could have been nice as well. Didn't even think of that as a possibility. But it certainly is something that can happen. What if I were this? 2314 versus How much I had? 2016? 2016 seems pretty good. But I think that I'll stick with the fire resistance because I don't have that. I don't care about any of those things. Um, there's more loot here. This bolt has more loot. Partly explored, can reach some places. Seriously? I'm done? I thought that there was gonna be more loot here. Huh. Well, whatever, it doesn't really matter. I think that it was a huge gamble for what I got. I didn't even get anything too good. But whatever. I didn't get banished, so whatever. Everything turned out alright. Just because I didn't get banished. With as many turns in line of sight, you deserve to be banished. Yes, I do. But sometimes Kroll likes me, and sometimes I like Kroll, and Kroll decides not to punish me for things that I should get punished by. On the other hand, sometimes I just walk into something and I immediately get absolutely destroyed. That also tends to happen every now and then. It's pretty annoying when that does happen. Um, but yeah, you know what's the ultimate example of sometimes scroll note doesn't punish me? That run that I put on YouTube today, I think it was. Um, the um, the demon spawn, because that demon spawn also didn't have willpower for pretty much the entirety of the game, and pretty much every fight I was like, this can destroy me in this way and that way and that way, um, but it just didn't happen. It didn't happen even once. Well, I guess that there were some points where I got paralyzed, but like didn't get banished once, I think. Or I think I did get banished, but the one time that I got banished was because of an attack from a distortion weapon, not because of getting banished. It was pretty funny. Um, I should stop apoking normal orcs. It's probably a bit of a waste, but at least it doesn't spend rue piety. Oh, imagine if it did, it would be horrendous. Um, Never forget the white that missed 17 attacks in a row. Oh yeah, that one too. Only for me to just end up dying anyway. Yeah, it was pretty lame. I ended up winning that fight, but I still died. I like this Morningstar. By the way, Ru offered me another sacrifice. Courage, resistance, and skill. I don't care about those. I can reject them. Yep. Ru will take longer to evaluate your readiness. Um, Ru is pretty funny. Like the way that the Ru piety system works is very unique compared to all other gods. Ru doesn't have piety decay, and Ru. The only way to gain Ru piety is to take sacrifices. Pretty interesting how it works. Mm. Okay, the Morningstar that I just got is better than the Flail. I just need to train it a bit more for min delay. Do I want to do that right now? Nah, I want to train armor. So yeah, I'm sure this deals more damage. 29 versus 24. Holy Wrath doesn't do anything against the vast majority of the monsters that I'm going to be seeing at this point in the game. It does do something against the demon spawn that I'm going to see at the end of this, so I'm going to wield it versus those, but that's pretty much about it. This is unfortunately not the best bolt to showcase the might of Apocalypse. I guess this is okay, but like it would do so much better on a fully open bolt. The one that I wanted to see was the one with the augers. That one is the best bolt for Apoc because it's just like you can see them all as soon as you start the fight. So you just press one button and they're all dead. It's great. So yeah, when it comes to Ru, Dan Brani, if you're still here, what I think is that the journey to Apoc is very painful. The journey to Apoc is like maybe even worse than Atheist, but not really. Like you do get a little bit, but it's not as impactful. But once you get Apoc, like it switches, and then you become crazy strong. The other day I played a Minotaur. I even put it on YouTube because I didn't think that I was gonna be playing another Ru run so quickly after that one. Um, and oh, Pearl Scales, I want those. and I had like really strong melee because I was a Minotaur, but I also had Epoch, which is the equivalent of a level 9 spell. So it was super strong. It was great. I found some willpower in the form of that scale mail of willpower, so I'm absolutely gonna wear it. There's no reason for me not to wear it, so I'm gonna wear it. Okay, getting some demons. Inoxinul and a nice demon. Nothing too bad. Nothing that we cannot deal with. Orc 2 has shops, and okay, this is definitely the part of the level where I press the Epoch button. Okay. Oh, didn't kill everything, unfortunately. But it did kill a bunch of stuff, and the few things that survived are pretty hurt. Well, except for this one. This one didn't even get hit by Epoch. Kinda nasty. Cannot spam it, unfortunately. It's kind of a balancing mechanic for Epoch, so that you just don't mash Epoch until everything is dead. Yeah, that's the only thing that makes Epoch not as strong as a level 9 spell, that you cannot just mash Epoch until everything is dead. I'm too corroded, so I'm gonna have to teleport. Corrosion is temporary, but it pretty much means that I cannot fight anymore. Yep, I have a minus 24 Morningstar. How much damage does it deal? It's not 29, it's more like 5. 5 damage rating. Yeah, this would be the kind of situation where I would use wands. You know, if I could use wands. Using Epoch would also be okay, but it was on cooldown. Come on, I wanna kill stuff. Okay, the normal orcs are weak enough that I can actually beat them. Even the warrior eventually died to the poison and me hitting it with the minus 24 Morningstar. But yeah, if you get so corroded, it's pretty rough. Definitely the moment to stop fighting and start retreating. Okay, Epoch again. Oh, ouch. That guy was hitting me kind of hard. 20 damage with... oh, it's because I have 16 corrosion, of course. Yeah, not very common for me to get so heavily corroded. Yeah, no wonder. Oh, I'm still too hurt. I'm thinking how to not die here. I want that Darflail. What does Epoch even do? It does one of these three. Huge damage, big damage and paralysis, big damage and other stuff. It can be anti-magic or blindness. So yeah, definitely getting just like huge damage, because if it doesn't do anything, it does more damage. That often just kills the monsters. It's really crazy. Does it even tell me how much damage it does? It would be cool if it did, because it's like a crazy a high amount of damage. It really is insanely strong. It's on the same level as a level 9 spell. Do you have a smite? You do, so you can kill me. Let me run away from you, because I drank a potion of haste, precisely to do such a thing. I got Pearl Dragon skills. I don't think that I'm actually gonna use them. I'm not a big fan of Pearl Dragon skills, personally. They can be okay, pretty useful for certain characters, especially spellcasters, but I don't think this character is gonna be a spellcaster. Okay. Red Scroll of Foguder, so that the Orc High Priest couldn't see me and I could just hit it in melee range. Yep. Learning how to use consumables and when to use consumables is pretty exciting thing about the game as well. You can get pretty creative with the things that consumables let you do. Oh, I got paralyzed. Sure. It's not gonna kill me. Yeah, it only hurt a bit. It has a 17% chance to hex me. So yep. It was not happening when I was at a 50% chance to get hexed, but of course it did happen at 17%. Nothing there. Oh, maybe the whip. Maybe the whip. I'm gonna think about it. Um, yeah, nothing here is too good for me. The whip is the most attractive item, I suppose. So whip of freezing, is it even better than what I have right now? Damage rating of 20 versus 29 from the Darflail. I guess we're gonna be dropping the whip. Wow, kind of underwhelming, but not really unexpected. That's par for the course when it comes to this place. The pearl scales are super good, but they're not for my character. Um, okay, I think that it's time to go do Lair. Octopod of Ru any good? Um, I guess so. Like Ru offers some pretty decent defense. Yeah, kind of weak jewelry shop. I absolutely agree. Had a bunch of stuff that's not for my character. Um, Regarding Octopod of Ru, as I mentioned, Ru offers you some defensive abilities. Um, Exuding an aura of power that intimidates your foes can prevent them from attacking you, redirect their attacks. Um, like it retaliates too, so that if they attack you, Ru can like blind them or do some other stuff to them. So Ru has some okay defensive options, but definitely where Ru shines is in the APOC department. Yeah, it really is crazy. It's the single most powerful god ability in the game. It is way more powerful than Disaster Area, in my opinion. And Disaster Area is pretty good as well. Very flashy. Very, very flashy indeed. So let's go back to Lure. Yeah, now that we have done Orc, let's go back to Lure. Oh, I didn't do the entirety of Orc. Well, I'll take care of that when I do Lure. Yeah, Orc is fragmented, so you don't explore the entirety of Orc 1 and then the entirety of Orc 2 always. Sometimes it is like that, but not always. And in this case, my Orc 1 had um, some parts that were only accessible from certain stairs. There's 3 downstairs and 3 upstairs in almost every level, barring some very nasty exceptions that we don't really get to see in 3-run games, so they don't really matter that much. Okay, my character is powerful enough to deal with this kind of thing now, without many complications. It's pretty cool. Okay, gonna jump at Maggie. Probably unsafe, but I don't really feel like I have to respect Maggie that much. Heavy halberd, kinda nasty, but not really too much. And I was able to kill Maggie, so no Marjorie this run. Maggie is an early game version of a late game unique called Marjorie, who is significantly more dangerous. Okay, Randar gloves are resistance to negative. You know, that's okay. It's definitely nothing too crazy. But I am not gonna complain about having those. They're definitely better than not having any globes, and I didn't have any globes. Okay, Hydra, but it doesn't stand a chance versus my 27 armor class. Easy to deal with. Talking about 27 armor class, I should probably stop training armor like right now and train something else. Maybe. Okay, this would be what I would train invocations or evocations, but it turns out that I don't have access to those things. I guess that I should just train whatever. If you think about it, APOC takes care of my ranged combat needs. Like, I just press the APOC button and things die. Of course, it drains you quite heavily, so you cannot really use it like that. Use of APOC there was kind of an irresponsible use of APOC because it left me with a debuff for the next couple of fights until I get back my HP. Still don't have more sacrifices. Not that it matters. I really don't have any rush to get to 6 pips of piety. I'll wait until I have literally the perfect sacrifice for 6 pips of piety. Okay, jump at this guy. Jump at this guy so that doesn't hit me. Okay. Above the curve for Lure. Oh yeah, absolutely. Any character that can do Orc before doing Lure is gonna be way more powerful. than it should be at this point in the game. Bunch of raids. That's probably Josephine's band. So that means no Josephina later in the game. That's actually kind of irrelevant, you know? Josephina is the least dangerous of the late game uniques. What is that? Oh, wow, Pearl Scales. 2 Pearl Scales. That's so rare. Pearl Scales are among the rarest items that exist in the game, and this character got 2 of them. Wow. Should I even equip them? I mean, sure. 30 to 15. I'll have that for a while. Eventually, I'll take them off because they don't really offer me any resistances that I care about. Good thing I waited to buy. Yeah, I would have been kind of annoyed, mildly annoyed, if I had bought them. You know how it is. If you buy those kinds of things, the floor god will make sure to give you the exact same item, not too, um, not too much later. Yeah, it will be early enough that it will make you think, oh, I should have waited. Um, it never is like, oh, well, I got the item, but look at how long it took me. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten the item. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten to this point if I hadn't bought the item. You know, that kind of thing. No, it's always like next floor. There's the item that you paid so much money for. Okay, Josephine. I have 3 pips of resistance to negative, so you are not scary at all. Josephine is also unique. You know, all these monsters that have names are uniques. Okay, that is an epoch moment. Just because there were a lot of small fry enemies, definitely is quite nice to be able to press the epoch button and just delete them. Wizard Dyke, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it a lot. I hope that you enjoyed your stream. Do tell me about it. I am playing random character, and I'll try to play random character until 300 wins, at which point I'll do other stuff. I went Rue with this character, and Rue has been going pretty well for me. Before that, I had a couple of other characters, but yeah, they didn't get far, so not even worth talking about them. I think that I want to sacrifice experience for my 6 pips of piety with Rue. Oh, it doesn't even get me to 6 pips of piety. In that case, I'm not gonna do it. It's only worth it to get a sacrifice here if it's a sacrifice that I'm willing to like take. That it's not too bad, and it gets me to 6 pips of piety. Since I already have 5 pips of piety and therefore epoch, I don't have to rush to take anything else, as I already said. Yeah, how did your stream go, Wizard Ike? Did your or what kind of character were you playing? That's what I wanted to know. Maybe you can give me some ideas for what to play after I get 300 wins. Oh, by the way, I am also wondering if I'm gonna get 300 wins before the tournament. The tournament is gonna be in like 2 weeks. Probably not. Yeah. Back in the day when I could win 5 wins, when I could do 5 wins per week, well, it would have been super easy for me to get 300 before the tournament. But I don't think that we're at that point anymore. Okay, that's pretty decent. Yeah, it's not terrible. It's definitely an upgrade compared to my plain amulet of regen, and this is okay as well. It's not relevant to my character, unfortunately. Staves are for mages, specifically mages that want to use poison magic if it's a staff of poison. And I am not in that plan. Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing that. Epoch is so good. Epoch is so crazy strong. So yeah, I get why people like Ru. I just don't like the journey of getting Epoch. I have always said it. I like Epoch, but I don't like Ru. I just decided to go Rune now because I figured that Gargoyle is pretty okay at melee, and Ru is pretty okay at supporting really strong melee characters, so like very good synergy. Um, Epoch makes a lot of noise. Like you use Epoch and you immediately have monsters walking towards you from like every direction. That is also a pretty important downside to keep in mind when you're using Epoch. But as long as you're strong enough to be able to win a fight after using Epoch, it's perfectly fine. Mm. You hear shot times at 1042. I bet you can get that message in like if you do Mega 6, you can probably get that message. Mm. I think the most that I have gotten is like you hear a shot times 40 or so. Like actually lots of monsters. 60-ish? Yeah, it was probably something like that. Like it was crazy high amounts of monsters just shouting, probably shouting in fear of what's coming. Mm. It was going really well. Human Monk of Feroz with a +10 triple crossbow. You died in this 6 with 14 runes when a Quicksilver Elemental cancelled your mummy form. Ooh, that's so rough. Yeah, like Merlin, if you're still here, take a look at that. That's what the end game has to offer. It can all end in the blink of an eye. Like the end game is certainly quite exciting. I think that it is pretty exciting to go through a couple of times, but the more you go through it, the more it loses its charm. Like I know that for sure. For me, it is the case that I am satisfied with ending with a 3 rune win more than trying to test my luck at a 15 rune win. But I still will do it for the tournament. Last time that I did a 15 rune win was last tournament. Um, so it feels fitting that I do it for the next tournament. I also don't think that Extended received many changes this version, so there was nothing really for me to try. Yeah. Oh, talking about crazy launchers, I have a crazy launcher as well. Look at this. Um, when I got it, because I got it super early in the game, it says here that I got it on D5. It's not actually D5 because it was in a bolt that was very difficult for me to do. So I was not able to actually do it when I was on D5. But I was still um, able to get it pre-layer. So like yeah, that's a pretty crazy launcher, but I don't like launchers, so I consciously decided not to even bother to try it. With -1 range weapons, it's doable, but I would prefer not to. Um, oh, that hand axe is pretty okay as a sky weapon. Look at those resistances on the hand axe. The first hand axe, the second hand axe is garbage. Hmm. I have so much identify. Oh, I only have 6. Mm, okay, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, you can like call it quits at any point. 5, 6, etc., etc. Um, People often go for 15. Like if they're not gonna go for 3 or 4, they go straight up for 15 because it's like it's not like you're gonna have a character that can do 14 runes and cannot do 15 runes apart from like some unusual accident like what Wizard like had happened today. It's usually a very small like spectrum between the characters that can do 3 runes and like leave it at that, or like there's a large gap. That's what I meant actually. There's a large gap between the characters that can do a 3 rune and the characters that can do a 15 rune. So you're either going for 3 runes or you're going for 15, and then like the safest way to do it is to go for a specific build that you know works on 15 runes. That's why I don't do it that much. Yeah, a couple of weeks ago you watched Torinsky attempt 15 runes with Trog. Possible? Yeah, probably painful, but I don't like Trog. Like I'm not unbiased here, so I don't like Trog. So I personally think that I wouldn't be able to do it just because I don't like Trog, and I would feel like I would do a lot better if I had access to, spell casting or a better god that actually summons things that stand a chance versus the horrors of the end game. But it's probably doable. Like a sufficiently strong Minotaur with a sufficiently strong set of gear can probably win Atheist, which is pretty much the same thing as going Trog. He didn't get far. How far did he get? I wasn't able to catch that stream. Overall, I haven't been able to catch Torinsky's streams because I go visit my family on Sundays ever since, the thing with my uncle. Um, so back to the dungeon we go. Oh, no, no, I did say go to Orc 1 because we haven't done the entirety of Orc. There is a part of Orc that I have yet to do. Yep. Oh, there was literally one monster and some money. Well, to be fair, it was like 120 money, so perfectly reasonable to backtrack a bit for that. This character feels so strong. It's crazy how strong this character feels. It has doesn't even have that good melee. Like I think that the melee of this character is the weakest part, but it has Sapok to begin with, and it also has some really good defenses and resistances. Product of being a Gargoyle. Oh, why is there a Stone Giant here? That's actually kind of scary. This guy is a Depth's enemy, significantly more powerful than what I would see at this point in the game. Can hit for up to 45 damage, okay HP, okay armor class, and it also throws large rocks at you, which hurt a lot. Oh, I thought that I had slowed it with Kirare. Let me go ahead and do that. Um, I think I saw a manual there. If I saw a manual of Earth Magic, I am definitely very interested in picking up some Earth Magic spells. That would actually give some purpose to my Pearl scales. I would actually stick with them for longer than I intended to. Oh, oh! Should I do it? Should I just use Dark Maul? Dark Maul is such a ridiculous thing to have nowadays. And yeah, there's a manual of Earth Magic. Yeah, like this thing is not Randart. This is a non-Randart. So it means that every time that it generates, it's gonna be the same thing. Uh, Damage rating 174. Yeah, just a soft bop with it can blow things into separate molecules. It's pretty crazy. Mm. But I don't think that I should use it. Or, well, let's think about it for a second. I don't have anything else to train other than fighting mazes and armor. I don't need to train invocations, evocations, and I cannot really train throwing, and I'm not interested in training ranged weapons. I guess I can train spell casting and earth magic, so I can cast Iron Shot or whatever. Um, but I want to train Dark Maul. Like, I've never used Dark Maul. Never had a character that can reasonably go for it. And this is actually the kind of character that can kinda do it. If you think about it, this like it arrived at the perfect time. Wow, it takes me 2.6 turns to swing it. That's so silly. Of course, I'm not gonna use it yet, but I might use it eventually. 2.6 turns. Can you believe it? 2.6 turns. How does Manifold Assault work with very slow weapons? It takes very long to cast, but it works otherwise the same. Yeah, Manifold Assault takes the same amount of time to cast as it would be to swing the weapon once. That's how it works. I'm tempted to Apok here because you have. Oh, you don't have shield. In that case, why am I failing so thoroughly at hitting that guy? Huh, no idea. Yeah, anyway, I should have probably pressed the Apok button faster or earlier. Um, Not that it mattered too much. I am powerful enough at this point that I don't think the early game monsters are gonna be much of a threat. Um, the real deal is gonna come when I have to go to Spider. And even then, it's not gonna be that bad because I'm a Gargoyle. Gargoyles happen to do very well in Spider. It's like that thing that I mentioned the other day. Like, depending on what kind of character you're playing, certain lure branch is gonna be the worst lure branch for your character. And I would say that this character would do very well in Spider. At the very least, I don't have to fear the poison because I'm immune to poison. And spiders don't hit that hard. They only hit really, really fast. So they don't do well versus large armor class, which I have. Like that Pop Team Epic meme. Oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah, I like Pop Team Epic a lot. Like the anime adaptation of that was pretty well done. Almost makes me wish for a season 2. Mm, I don't have willpower, and this is a Nogger Mage. I'm gonna press Apoc. Did that kill the invisible monster? I think it did. Okay, perfectly fine. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? I will train for Dark Maul eventually. For now, I think that the correct thing to do is to get Iron Shot castable. Like, do I even have Iron Shot? I do. Okay, let's learn Iron Shot, and then let's actually train for Iron Shot. Um, I think that it's gonna go well, even with my 11 intelligence. Like, I don't need a lot of intelligence to cast Iron Shot. Is it going to do a lot of damage with 11 intelligence? Definitely not, but um, that's okay too. I don't really need it to deal that much damage. It's more like I have all this mana that I'm not using, and I got a manual of Earth Magic. Why not go for it? I'm also a Gargoyle. It feels right that as a Gargoyle I cast some kind of single target conjuration physical damage spell, like Stone Arrow or that thing that War Gargoyles have. But I can. That is not a thing that players can get. So Iron Shot it is. I wonder if they should get Iron Shot. Maybe not, because Monster Iron Shot is kinda pretty strong. Mm, okay. I'm gonna Epoch. Yep. Who would have guessed that pressing the Epoch button was the correct thing to do? In pretty much any situation, the correct thing to do is to press the Epoch button. I think that I can drop this. I dropped my Morning Star. In that case, I'll stick to it for a bit longer. But I do want to replace it for something else. I found a buckler and I also found an orb of light, which gives me more accuracy and reveals invisible enemies. Pretty useful item. I really like it. Monk recently got that item. Now they have an orb of light in their starting gear, and it feels really, really good to me. I would really recommend it. If you haven't played Monk in a while, you should definitely consider trying that. I hope it makes it to a stable version, um, because in my opinion it was a pretty cool change. Shows is always worse branch. Nah, I don't agree. Not always. Frequently it is a worse branch, but not always. I would say that the one that's consistently the worst for me is probably Snake, because it is very annoying that sometimes you're just like steamrolling through snakes, and then all of a sudden a warrior just mighties everyone, and you get hit for like 60 in the blink of an eye. That kind of thing can kill you very easily if it catches you with your guard lowered, which of course your guard is going to be lowered after destroying all those easy snakes. Um, so that's why I don't like doing Snake that much. Not to mention that sometimes monsters with shields are also a huge pain for melee characters. In that regard, I am very glad that I got Spider instead of Snake. But I also do not like Spider as a whole. Like by default, I don't like Spider. So I agree with you, Prince Cosmo. Mm. All four of them are pretty bad. They're probably the most difficult part of the game. Mm. Swamp is scary often too. Yeah, for Swamp the most difficult thing is that everything checks a different resistance. Like there's the giant toads, Goliath frogs, I think they're called. Goliath toad. I don't know what they're called, but you know the ones. The ones that have a reaching acid attack. And then there's the ones that like Eleonoma check physical and armor class, and there's just Thorn Hunters and Shambling Mangroves, which are more like a damage check than a resistance check. Like, can you kill them fast enough so that they don't kill you? Because you're not gonna be able to resist what they do. They're pretty strong. They're the strongest enemies. And then Fenstrider Witches check your willpower, and Will-O-Wisps check your fire resistance, and Bug Bodies check your cold resistance. Like every resistance is checked pretty much. Funnily enough, not resistance to electricity. Resistance to electricity is checked everywhere else. Um, yeah, like so if you happen to have a character that somehow has resistances to everything, Swamp is not even that difficult. On the other hand, you can also play it very, very safe and fight only one thing at a time. If you're fighting things more than one at a time in Swamp, things are gonna go very poorly. That I can guarantee. Mm, we don't have fire resistance and we don't have willpower, so unfortunately we cannot do Elf before Lure Branches. Or at least not if I wanna, do it safely. Um, so I guess we go to Spider. At least if I go into Spider, if I enter Spider and I'm immediately surrounded by a million dudes, which didn't happen this time, I was gonna be able to just press the APOC button and everything would have been okay. Um, okay, I can still press the APOC button. One of the issues with Swamp is when you don't have poison resistance. Oh yeah, poison resistance is so important for Swamp, for the Swamp Dragons and the Swamp Drakes. The Drakes confuse you with meth, and the Swamp Dragons poison you. Pretty awful indeed, I agree. Their branches guaranteed to be worse. Yeah, it sometimes is like that. It really varies depending on the character. Like certain characters will have certain branches that are good for them, and certain branches that are really bad for them. Like for example, I think that Spider is not gonna be that terrible for this Gargoyle. Even Ghost mods, which are kinda one of the most annoying things that can generate here, are not that big of an issue because I'm not using my mana. So by extension, I don't care about not having or like having all of my mana be drained by them. Um, you know what? I should stick to the Darflail for a bit longer. The Darflail has more damage output in a weird way. It's same base damage, but it attacks faster, so I just hit more frequently with it and deal more damage, despite the same damage rating. It's gonna be fun when I can use the Dark Maul, if I can ever get to that point anyway. I'm gonna try, but it's very pricey to get to it. Oh, ouch. 65. Mm, that could have killed me. I'm glad that it didn't. I'm exhausted, so no healing from Ru would have been pretty useful right about now. That was kind of a shame. But everything seems to be going okay. I don't think that I'm just gonna die after getting hit by that. Things were pretty scary for a moment there. Yeah, big bop there. One of the greatest weaknesses of the Gargoyle, whatever can bypass their sturdy armor class, deals really big damage. The orbs stay up when the Weaver dies? Yes, they do. It's like, think of Orb of Destruction like a slow motion Crystal Spear, because it kind of is like that. I'm gonna get 10 spellcasting and 13.7 conjurations for the sake of symmetry. And how hurt are these guys? Oh yeah, they're pretty messed up. I think it's a bit too late. Yeah, I saw that plus 5 Laja tank, and I am tempted. I'm so tempted to go for the plus 5 Laja tank. Um, I can enchant it to +8 from the get-go. It would be a good stepping stone for the Dark Maul. For the Dark Maul, I'm gonna need 27 maces, but it's a two-hander, so that I am not tempted to train, a shield. Enchant weapon, enchant weapon. +8 Laja tank. Turn on auto pickup for enchant weapon, and let's read these scrolls because I don't have to fear wasting a scroll blinking. Torment, doesn't matter. Acquirement, Evening Star Protection. That's a great item if you want a shield. But I don't want a shield. The boots are kinda bad. Yep. Ah man, that acquirement had the potential to be great. Like, I think on an alternate reality where I hadn't just gotten a +8 Laja tank, this would have been a pretty good acquirement. I'll get the money because the money is the most likely thing to be impactful there. This is probably brand weapon. Oh, it was silence. Okay, that also is helpful to have. Not immediately, but will be helpful eventually. Let me train Stapes. I'm gonna need 14 for min delay on this Laja tank. Fortunately, Stapes and Maces cross-train, so I don't really start from zero with this Laja tank. And like as you can see, it's a really good thing to have. It deals so much damage. It kills things way faster with this than with the Darflail that I was using before. Or like, not necessarily faster in terms of in-game actions or in-game time, but more like actions that I have to take myself, like button presses. It does have the downside of taking longer to do things. So sometimes I get hit more frequently than I'm used to. Oh, hidden potential. Cool. I'll take that. Good guy Rat Roach gave me the best possible good mutation in the game. The good mutation that gives you two other good mutations. Cool. I'm pretty sure that it can give itself more, but I have never seen it happen. Rune not offered anything in a while. Oh, I have this. Drink experience and nimbleness. I think it's because I haven't rejected them. I think that you have to reject them. I still have 5 pips of piety if I sacrifice these things, so I think in order to get to 6 pips of piety, I need to get like a super sacrifice. It's not common for you to get to 5 pips of piety in 3 sacrifices, after all. Not instilling a lot of confidence in beating Spider so far. Nah, I think we're good. We're definitely good. I don't feel like I'm struggling. Spider is truly bad when like the normal stuff, like the wolf spiders and stuff like that, are messing you up. But I don't really feel like I am having that kind of experience. Like for example, if this band was bad, if this encounter was bad, I would say that Spider as a whole is bad. Because this is a very average encounter in Spider. Just a bunch of monsters with a bit of support. Okay, the melee are pretty scary. Those are pretty scary, so I have to get fancy when dealing with them. Attraction. Pull them into the poison. Very easy to kill them like that. There we go. Looks like a few rooms waiting for Apok. Yeah, that vault is Apok waiting room. I'm absolutely gonna do that. Because, you know, if you have Apok, why not use Apok? I'll do it when I'm done with the rest of the level. It does have some nasty stuff. That's Scarabs. Getting slowed is definitely not a good thing. I also need to recharge because I'm still heavily drained from abusing Apoc. The more the game goes on, the more it takes to recuperate the drain from Apoc. Earlier on, it was very easy. Like there were some occasions where I just used Apoc and I immediately already had all my HP back from the things that Apoc killed. But it's not the case anymore. The beehive looking one. Yep. Um, this one, the beehive looking one, and this one, the ghost bolt one. It has a rendered pair of boots. I am definitely very interested, but that's gonna be my plan. I'm gonna wait until I am back at full HP, and then I'm gonna go and use Sapok in one of those bolts, then go out, get back to full HP, and do the other one. I think that's the best way to do it. By extension, I'm also gonna try to not use Apoc for a while. But yeah, I can also be very patient. It's not like I need to rush. Um, I might even just use Apoc here. Because after all, I did get 20 corrosion, which kind of annoying. Yep. As you can see there, if you don't have good amounts of armor class, this place suddenly becomes very scary. Fortunately, the Emperor Scorpion was not next to me, because that guy is scary even with my 34 armor class. Okay, I'm almost back to full HP, so I'm gonna be able to do one of those bolts. I'm gonna start with the one that has the boots, because my boots are pretty lame, so I could definitely use an upgrade to boots, and artifact boots are gonna be very likely an upgrade for my character. I don't need this anymore. Well, I guess I can put it on this flail. There's no reason for me not to put it on the flail, and then immediately drop the flail. Not like I will want to enchant other things with this character. I'm tempted to use Apoc. Yeah, I'm always tempted to use Apoc. It's just so powerful that it's very difficult to abstain from using Apoc. Mm, but yeah, it is definitely possible to beat some encounters, or most encounters, without using Apoc, so yeah, shouldn't abuse it. Okay, let's go here. I see some ghost mods, so I will use invisibility because I want to actually be able to use Apoc here. Step here, use Apoc. That killed a bunch of stuff. It unfortunately didn't kill everything, as you can see. Ouch. Ouch. 42. That's quite a lot of damage. Did their damage get buffed? No, no, not really. Still, that's pretty bad. Let's blink over here. Because that's why scroll blinking is the most powerful consumable in the game. The most important thing to have. It lets you survive situations like that by positioning yourself in a safe spot. Okay, we Apoc again. Hopefully this time we can actually beat them all. Oh, you know what? I should probably kill the rat roach. And there we go. We're actually done now. Kind of pricey. The boots were absolutely not worth it. I'm not putting on boots of harm. Those are pretty dangerous. So kind of a disappointment overall. But what can you do about it? Now let's take a look at this bolt, which by the way, I don't think that I can actually do. Because in order to do this kind of thing, you need to dig. And I cannot dig. I cannot evoke magical items, so that's the only way to dig in this game. I guess I cannot do that. Yeah, I guess harm boots would be fun with Apoc, but the vast majority of my killing of stuff does not involve Apoc. I I think that not abusing Apoc is the correct thing to do. Training for Shatter. Nah, it's too expensive. No, I'm not getting to Shatter with 12 intelligence. Even Iron Shot is kind of pushing it with 12 intelligence. Shatter is definitely beyond the realm of possibility. Mm. Lots of the money crawlers. Okay, Apoc is definitely the correct thing to use versus so many the money crawlers. They're very annoying now that they regen 9 HP per turn. You need to kill them. Like you need to. Oh, I just realized this bolt. Torpor snails plus the money crawlers means that the money crawlers are very difficult to kill, because in order to kill them you need to kill them fast, and this slows you, so you cannot kill them fast. Oh, I hadn't thought about it. Pretty nasty combination. But yeah, Spider has absolutely been the easiest thing from the layer branches so far. Like, I guess that should give you some kind of a clue of how difficult the layer branches can get if this place, which has already almost killed me like 3 times, is the easiest one. But this one doesn't check many resistances. It only checks poison resistance and armor class, and I have the two of them. It also every now and then checks resistance to electricity, but I also have that, so it's perfectly fine. Hmm. I don't really do power leap that often, but I figured that I wanted to see how much damage it dealt there. The damage was actually pretty respectable. I got a Ring of Fire resistance finally. Took me quite a while to get one of those. Okay, I'm in delay for my staff. Let's go back to spellcasting, so I can see um, if I can cast Iron Shot eventually. My success rate for Iron Shot is 90%, 99% chance to fail, so 1% chance to succeed. Obviously not possible to do it right now. Eventually I will be able to do it, and things will be okay. Everyone else can also shred my health if... Oh, Yorogumos, yeah. Fortunately, I also have that. Yeah, like Spider is super easy for a Gargoyle, it seems. Just like everything that Gargoyle does are things that the Spider checks. Everything that Gargoyle resists are things that Spider checks. How do we do this? I kind of wanna Apoc, but I'm not sure that Apoc will actually fix my issue. Well, let's just Apoc. Okay, who would have guessed that Apoc did end up fixing my issue? It's just that walking around with so much drain is getting a bit to me. Like having 2 digits of HP instead of 3 digits of HP by this point in the game. It's the kind of thing that I associate with being a cat. Cats are so awful. Mm. Oh boy, this is certainly looking like an Apoc moment. Mm. Where did that Spark Wasp go? Oh no, that's not good. Fortunately, I can take cover behind the Tarantula, and the Tarantula blows up pretty good. And now I'm going to use Draw Out Power. Yeah, a bit of drain, but a bunch of HP. The Wavering Orb of Destruction hits you. You take 6 damage. Cross damage variance is pretty funny. Like the other time I got hit for 60, and this time I got hit for 6. The Spark Wasp also got orbed. I wish, but I think that it just blinked away from me for some reason. Yeah, those guys move in weird ways with their blink volt. Nice that got a replacement for the scroll blinking that I recently used. Very, very convenient. I have had a lot of scrolls of blinking. That's the sixth one that I found so far. Um, Definitely very, very good to see. Um, Ghost Bolt with a manual of ranged weapons. Boy, that's. I think that I cannot justify not going for the Arbalest now. Best damage variance you ever saw was 4 damage from a crystal spear in statue form. Yeah, if you cannot dodge it, at least let it hit you for as little damage as possible, right? 43 damage plus flame, 160 HP, weak to cold. Yeah, that ghost is a bit too much for me right now. I'll come back when I can actually do it. Um, Unfortunately, chances are good that when I can actually do the ghost, I won't be able to take advantage of the manual because it will be like super late into the game. Oh, cool. The Orb of Destruction hits a rock wall. I feel scammed. I thought that it was gonna hit the invisible monster that was in front of me. I have 5 scrolls of enchant armor. There's quite a few of them. But I don't think I want to enchant anything that I have right now. Like not even the pearl skills. How is statue or like iron shot looking? 98. This is a character with the Trove wanting ice skills. It is. So there's definitely a lot of incentive for me not to use those scrolls until I find ice skills, which I haven't gotten yet, but I'll get eventually. One of these days we're gonna stumble upon a nice dragon and it will drop skills. I think it's a 1 in 6 chance for any monster that can drop something when you kill it to drop that thing. It's like a 50% chance to drop a corpse, and then if it dropped a corpse, it's a 1 in 3 chance to drop the thing that it can drop. I'm sure that's the formula for all of those monsters. Okay, Arachne, how are we going to do this? I can use a Scroll of Silence, and do I not have nets? Seriously? Do I not have nets? That's crazy, I don't have nets. I cannot believe it that I don't have nets. That's kind of rough. Epoch. Okay, I got paralysis. That's exactly what I wanted because I knew that that damage Epoch roll wasn't gonna kill Arachne because she has a ton of HP. She has like 200 and something HP on a good roll. It's pretty crazy. Don't hit me. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, pretty janky. It did feel kinda dangerous for a second there, but everything turned out alright. So someone clearing tomb with a gargoyle using a holy arbalest and 55 armor class and evasion. And evasion? 55 armor class and evasion, so 55 stats. If so, those are really good stats. Like, I guess they're very achievable with a gargoyle, since 55 armor class with a gargoyle is not even that difficult to acquire. But evasion is pretty difficult. You know what I want here? I think that I want to drink invisibility, and then I want to drink magic. My only invisibility and my only magic. Well, worth it because now we epoch, and that's how we get rid of everything. Some mods are pretty funny with how they reveal invisible players to the ghost mods, so the ghost mods can drain them. I got too corroded, so I cannot really continue fighting. Oh, then the Entropy Weaver can actually open doors, so I cannot really close the door on that. Yikes, I got too corroded there. In general, you don't want to fight if you get too corroded, because it's gonna end pretty poorly. But you know what's not poor right now? My armor class. That armor class is on another level. Like, it's definitely a lot of armor class, and it's only gonna get higher and higher because that's just how Gargoyle works. Right now I have 12 armor class. The amount of armor class that I'll get by the end of the game is 20 just from being a Gargoyle. It's pretty crazy. Um, Oh, this is definitely an epoch moment. I feel like, yep, if there was ever an epoch moment, it's that one. The Emperor Scorpions have way too much HP to not do that. Head of Willpower is a really good thing to have. I'll definitely wear that over a helmet. In fact, I'm even going to enchant it because it's most likely going to stick with me for the rest of the game. It's also not like I care too much about sacrificing 1 point of armor class or 2 for the willpower. Not as a Gargoyle. Okay, I picked up my first rune. In order to win this game, you need to get 3 runes and then enter Sot. When you get 3 runes, you are allowed to enter Sot. And Sot is the place with the Orb of Sot, which is the thing that I need to get to win the game. I get that and I escape the dungeon and I win the game. Quicksilver plus Mummy form. Quicksilver plus Mummy form. You cannot use Mummy form with a Holy Arbalest. Probably what you are thinking of is 3-form. 3-form is you can use Holy Arbalest on 3-form, and that makes you immune to Torment, because for some reason trees cannot be tormented. Anyway, that was rune number 1. I think that maybe we can try to do Elf now. How are things going? I guess I can stop training spellcasting for a while and just get my conjuration so I can actually cast a stat. So I can actually cast Iron Shot. Gargoyles cannot cast a statue form. Okay, we're going to Elf. Immediately I take a bunch of damage, and I am reminded of the reason why it may not be a good idea to do Elf. Yeah, doing Elf may not be in my best interest because I don't have any fire resistance. I have 1 people willpower, but I think that these guys only get 3 willpower per level up. 4 willpower per level up would make this significantly safer. Yep, they only get 3. You know what? It's perfectly fine because they get a bunch of other advantages. If they got 4 willpower per level up, it would be crazy. So yeah, I'll come back to that later. Not right now, much later. Bolts? I don't want to do bolts. I guess I can drop my Ring of Strength, lose a little bit of extra damage. It's perfectly fine. And get a Ring of Cold Resistance. That's an important thing to have. Okay, I think that my only sources of cold resistance are this chainmail that I can buy, or that ring that I am not gonna buy because it's pretty bad, or a ring of ice, which I don't want to buy because it gives me weakness to fire. Okay, I guess I'll buy the chainmail of cold resistance, and we can abandon the pearl scales for now, or maybe even from now on. Yep. As the game goes on, my resistances keep getting better. And now I want fire resistance. 1 people fire resistance and a people willpower would make things very good. Oh, I can get fire resistance like that. Okay, now I only need a people willpower. I can buy it. I don't need it. Okay, I hope that I don't get killed by not buying that, but I don't think I'm gonna need it. Let's go to Volts. I think that I'm ready for bolts. I just had an interesting idea. What if I go depths instead of going bolts and try to get my ice scales from depths? That doesn't sound like a bad plan. With the resistances that I have right now, it might be very doable. You know what is not doable? Surviving a mighty Etin. Yeah, that's definitely the kind of thing that one should try to stay away from. Especially when having 116 max HP. Okay, let's go to depths. This is very early depths, and this might be very, very risky, but I think I should be okay. I think I should really be okay. Um, oh, first thing that I find is an ice dragon. Very convenient. Please drop scales. Thank you. So nice of you, Mr. Ice Dragon, to share your scales with me. Oh, there's a scroll of acquirement here that I hadn't seen. It has a pretty decent ring, which I like, which I'm probably gonna put on and acquire and put on. Yeah, I really like that ring and a bunch of other stuff that I don't like that much. Okay, now I need a chainmail of fire resistance. Or I guess I can wear that plate of fire resistance. The ice dragon roars definitely. You hear a deafening roar. Oh, it was another dragon roaring. That's why we got that weird message. Um, okay, let me go ahead and enchant my ice scales so I can get them to +4. So we can go to the treasure trove. And the game says, well, let me drop my potions before going in. Yep, give it the item. Amulet of Reflection, Ring of Intelligence, Mana Regen and 8 Intelligence. This is actually really strong if I go magic, which I'm probably not going to. Mana Regen, nope. Mana Regen, nope. Nope. Well, maybe. Oh, but let me drop this. Yeah. Flying Cold Resistance and 6 Intelligence, pretty decent. Nope. 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 I would be very happy with that on a different character, but I don't need any of those things. And definitely nope. Okay, I mean, I guess I got some okay stuff. It could have been way worse. I got wizardry and really strong amulet for a mage. Yeah, it could have been way worse. So I am walking out of there somewhat satisfied, even though I'm not immediately gonna put on any of these things. Um, I'm glad that I have access to them for if I eventually wanna put them on anyway. Yeah, look at these resistances. Now I have 1 pip of every resistance. I still need 1 more pip of willpower so that I don't get destroyed by hexes in the end game, but I can afford to not have it for now. I'm gonna hope that I come across a cloak of willpower or something like that. I still cannot believe that those boots were boots of harm. You know, the rendered boots that I almost died to earlier. Anyway, 2 bolts we go, where we hit the Etin. But more than hitting the Etin hits itself and the Etin dies because Ru lets me do that kind of thing. I still haven't found Brand Weapon. Brand Weapon would be really useful for this light attack. Extremely, extremely useful. Careful with the Bolt Warden. I can take it 1 versus 1, but if it has any kind of support, it can be pretty rough. Okay, it would be great if the Convoker convoked, so that I can use Sapok against more things. It's probably a bit greedy for me to wait for it to convoke. Okay, it's convoking now. An Apok. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. You can't wait to see Dark Maul in action. The way that this is going, it's not looking like I'm gonna use it. Like it is such a suicidal item. It's just the unfortunate reality of Dark Maul, since it's such a slow weapon to swing. Like I'm already not a fan of heavy on slow weapons. The one weapon where I've had heavy and it was good was the Demon Whip. If I found a heavy Demon Whip, I would be happy to use it. But yeah, it's very difficult to use Dark Maul, unfortunately. Base attack delay 2.4. That's so crazy. Current attack delay 2.3? How or why is it 2.3? It should be not that high. I actually have training in maces, so it doesn't make a lot of sense that it's 2.3. Am I wearing a shield or something? I'm not wearing any shields. Why is it 2.3? Weird. Yeah, like, why does it say that my current attack delay with it? Oh, I know, it's because it's heavy. So the base attack delay is 2.4, and then on top of that, there's heavy. Wow, that's bad. Why is it even like that? With many fold assault, it is basically multi-target MCC. Yeah, that I can imagine that. Definitely sounds like it is the case. Um, Multi-target MCC and instant too, right? Because you're not, it's not gonna take you a long time to actually do it. Okay, I'm gonna use draw out power here. Gives me an okay heal. And we kill the Crystal Guardian with the extra HP from draw out power. Um, Pretty bad, that fight. Yeah, those are the kind of fights that if I was having in Spider, I would have died. I'm glad that Spider wasn't that difficult. What's the current attack delay of the Lajatang and damage rating? The Lajatang is at min delay 0.7. The damage rating is 46, which is pretty respectable for, a normal weapon. So not something like the Dark Maul. Dark Maul is kind of unusable. Like now that I have realized that it is getting slowed on top of the already very slow attack speed. Um, doesn't sound like 170 plus to you. Yeah, man, these are elephants are kind of scary. But I can actually beat them. Well, just as I was saying that, I proceed to get hit really, really hard. Should have gone for Apoc earlier. I'm just gonna jump because I can jump. Power Leap is a really good ability. I'm a big fan of Power Leap. I do have Regen, right? Yes, I do. I'm not a fan of these. I'm not a fan of walking around namelessly, revealing a bunch of tiles, because I'm eventually gonna run into another band of monsters and things will not be good. Probably Jackdaws. If I run into Jackdaws, I'm probably gonna die. Um, hmm. Well, I recuperated a lot of HP thanks to my regen, so I am very tempted to just turn around and fight these guys now. I'm gonna try it. Oh boy. I think it's very difficult for me to die from all three of these guys getting or like hitting me at the same time. Um, though it is pretty risky. I'm gonna jump away again because I can, and I'm gonna do the same thing in the opposite direction. Oh no, I didn't jump well enough, and this guy caught up to me. So I won't be able to do it if I don't use a potion of haste. But I can afford to use one. It's perfectly fine, and I have a million of them. Okay, heal a bit. And Potion of Haste is a very strong offensive ability, or like offensive buff, so I just have an easier time dealing with them. Health, Frail, Nimbleness, or Resistance. I don't want to sacrifice Resistance. Look at how much I struggle to get one pip of Fire and Cold Resistance. Yeah, I don't like sacrificing Resistance, so I'm probably not gonna sacrifice any of these either. I think chances are good that I don't sacrifice anything like for the rest of the game. Yeah, the resistance gets me to 6 pips of piety, but we don't need to get to 6 pips of piety. My mutations that I got from Ru are these. So yeah, pretty crazy that only 3 mutations got me to Epoch. And my mutations from evolution were these, which yeah, 2 armor class and wild magic. Wild magic barely does anything. I'm trying to cast Iron Shot, but the game is not cooperating. Maybe it is time to abort the Iron Shot plan. Um, and go for no. But if I'm not gonna cast Iron Shot, I'm also not gonna be able to cast Manifold Assault. Yeah, I'm Ru gaming here. The Dark Maul plan. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but in order for the Dark Maul plan, I need Manifold, and I don't think that I'm gonna be able to cast Manifold if I cannot cast the statue form, or like not statue form, if I cannot cast Iron Shot. Manifold. I don't even have it. Okay, I'll do it if I find it. But so far it's not looking very good. Okay, I need that Convoker to convoke some stuff so I can Apoc everything that there is to Apoc. Come on, convoke something. I feel like they never convoke when I actually want them to convoke. They only convoke when convoking would actually kill me. Okay, are you gonna convoke or what? It's not gonna convoke if it's outside of my line of sight, for sure. Everything is mighty. That's also really scary. Mighty monsters hit super hard. Yeah, and you're just mightying everything, right? Significantly increases nearby allies' damage dealt in melee. I think that at this point I just have to use Apoc. Yeah, cannot wait for that guy to get some dudes so that I can Apoc all of them. Ooh, Singing Sword. Unfortunately, Singing Sword is not something that I can use, but it is pretty funny. If you wield it, you get a funny message. It says, "Hi, I'm the Singing Sword," and then it turns into the Screaming Sword if things start to get pretty scary, which is extremely funny. 11% chance to banish me. I can deal with that. Ideally, you're not gonna destroy me. I'm gonna sacrifice, or I'm gonna reject these. Yeah, I'm not gonna sacrifice anything. Oh, it happened at 11%. You remember earlier when it didn't happen at 50 something percent? At least now it is significantly more likely that I'll survive the abyss. Like at this point, and especially not going so deep into the abyss, like the other time where I got banished into Abyss 4, this is significantly more doable. Still kind of bad, but not terrible. I wonder if Ru is stuffing their attempts at convoking. Probably. This common multiple for attack delay in comparing here Leviathan versus Dark Maul is 16.8, in which you would get 24 turns of attack with the Leviathan compared to the Dark Maul's 7 turns. So yeah, like that's a lot of extra attacks with the Leviathan. Moreover, the projected damage output for the Leviathan versus Dark Maul would be 1104 versus 1204. I feel like that's just comparing numbers, but it is an incomplete comparison because there's another very important factor, which is the main thing that's making me not use the Dark Maul as my main weapon, and that is the fact that I have 116 HP. So yeah, like if I attack with the Dark Maul 2 or 3 times, that's just gonna give the monsters enough time to attack like 8 times, during which they can kill me, and I can miss. If I miss one of those attacks, that hurts. As opposed to missing with the Leviathan, which is not even that bad because it's not that much of a time expenditure. If it was like in Rift Wizard, where everything is 100% certain at all times, the Dark Ball would be a significantly better item. Or like Sniper. Sniper is also a really good item to compare the Dark Maul with, because a Sniper also cannot, or like also has crazy attack delay. But unlike the Dark Maul, Sniper cannot miss, so it is much better because of that. There's Lugonu altars, and you can go Lugonu in order to escape the abyss, but I'm just waiting for an exit. There's no reason for me not to wait for an exit. Yeah, especially since Abyss 2 is pretty mild, as you can see. Well, and then I find a Bone Dragon. That's pretty good comedic timing. The Bone Dragon is not even that bad, but it is a huge wall, which will take me forever to kill. So, like, the danger that comes from the Bone Dragon is the possibility of something truly dangerous to appear. Um, wow. Like, another issue that I have with Gargoyles is that it kind of feels like a Spriggan. You know what I mean? Like in the sense of sometimes I just steamroll through stuff, and sometimes I get hit twice, and I have to run to the infirmary. Um, but it's not that bad because at least it's armor class based and not evasion based. Mm. Will Dark Maul, well, Dark Maul would be hitting harder with 27 skill it needs, and it would be slightly faster than 2. Yeah, but I would have to put so much skill into mazes, which I should probably start thinking about doing if I'm gonna do it at all. Um, would be great if I found a manual of mazes. Um, I guess I have to run away from this guy. Yeah, have 9 haste. I can definitely afford to do it. I didn't think that it was gonna be that difficult to beat the Bone Dragon, but I guess I don't have any evasion or shield. Um, gotta get rid of this smoke demon. It is very smitey, so that hurts through my armor class. Same as the Orc Priests from the very early game. It's a shame that I dropped my Flail of Holy Wrath, because I think the Flail of Holy Wrath would have done kind of okay versus the Bone Dragon. But I only kind of okay, like up until the point where like it might be slightly better than the Laya tank that I'm currently using. Slightly better, not much better. But I'm not even sure about that. Anyway, the damage is accumulating in the Abyss. I'm gonna use draw out power. Like pretty much every time that I have the ability to use draw out power, I should probably use it. It doesn't cause that much drain, and it is a good chunk of HP back in part of the game where it is very difficult to just stop and rest. Mm, mm. Lots of Lugondu altars, but unfortunately no exits. Oh, yeah, if you kill enough stuff, the Abyss gives you an exit. Very useful. What's up with this? Why does it look like that? Drought power is so good as Vinestalker. Oh yeah, like with Vinestalker it feels like you're tasting the forbidden fruit in the sense that, oh, I am not supposed to be able to heal, but I am healing. It's a pretty weird sensation. In a similar way, you can also do something like that if you go Sifmuna. It's not quite healing, but Sifmuna channeling makes it so that you have a bunch of HP as Vinestalker, like at your disposal. Mm. So if you ever get to play other stuff that's not human, not human, like that is not, yeah, human fire elementalist of Sifmuna, Railbird, you might want to consider some form of Sifmuna character that is not a human, like Vinestalker. But personally, I would tell you to not play Sifmuna characters anymore. Yeah. Mana with a Demon Whip of Draining. It would be nice if I had more Scrolls of Fire resist, or like enchantment, enchant weapon and brand weapon too, because I would definitely not be opposed to using a heavy Demon Whip. I should have probably used Tapok for mana. Anyway, draw out power. I'm gonna wait for the teleport. Teleport happens. That was rough because Mara, with the cloning ability, you never know which one is the actual Mara. So I was hitting the wrong one, and then I killed the second wrong one, and it turned out that Mara was at full HP, and I had to withdraw. Sometimes it is like that with fights in this game. That reminds me of that time that I summoned 2 Mordreds If you get to round 25 and you use an Arrow of Corruption, you get a second Mordred. It's pretty funny. You must go. Tabletop gaming. Enjoy your tabletop gaming. Thank you for stopping by regardless. And we get rid of mana. Who would have guessed that Apok was the solution to my problem? It's almost as if Apok is the best thing that Ru has to offer, and the thing that one should use the most when going Ru. Yep. Okay, it would be pretty funny if I got banished again. And by funny, I mean funny for you, not funny for me. Fortunately, that does not come to happen this time. But Bolts is the land of the wizards. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more wizards here that would try their best to banish me. Oh, a bazaar. That is not even a temporary gateway to a bazaar. That's just a gateway to a bazaar. So I can take all the time in the world to go in, but I'm not going to. I'm just gonna go in immediately. A good way to stop slime creatures from merging is to let them fight you in the open, or like to let them surround you. They prefer surrounding you over merging, where the correct thing to do would be the other way around. Like, if they merge into the big one, they hit really hard. Okay, I think that I have to do it. Oh, I have Deep Breath Drain. I hadn't noticed. Maybe I should stop using Apok for a while. Okay, I was about to say that I didn't see Manifold, but there it is on the final book. Wow, those globes are really good. Those globes are a necessity for my character because now I have good fire resistance thanks to those globes. Yeah, like those are, I don't even have to wait, I can just get them right now. I'm losing 1 pip of resistance to negative, or 2 pips of fire resistance and resistance to corrosion, which I didn't even need, but it is good to have anyway, in case I want to get rid of that ring. It is unlikely, but it might happen. The jewelry shops have not been good this game. Okay, let's buy this thing. It's disappointing. We're gonna drop that. And let's buy the Book of the Warp. I'm also gonna buy the potions. There was a potion shop with a bunch of really, really cheap potions. Nah, it was a pretty good bazaar. Because I got those globes with 2 pips of fire resistance. No complaining from me here. Degen potion is the cheapest you've ever seen. Yeah, I wonder why it was not 1 gold. I feel like stuff like that usually is just free. Oh yeah, I was thinking about what I was going to do when I got out. But I think the correct thing to do is to drink a potion of mutation. After all, I already have 6. Okay, it was a net negative. Let's drink another one. Okay, I got robust. That is probably the best possible thing that I could have gotten. And I like getting good stuff. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna call it at that, of course. I'm not gonna drink any more potions of mutation for the rest of the game. I'll have that, and I'll be very happy to have it until a normal fire deprives me of my exquisite robustness. Apok is such a good button to press. It really is surprising how strong Apok is. There's so many situations here where I feel like if I was not with Ru, I would be having such a rough time. Do you have a shield? Oh, you do have a shield. That would be the kind of monster where I would just spam once, because monsters with shields are absolutely miserable. But no once to spam here, and I have recently used Apox, so I'm super drained. I want to wait for that to recover before I can use Apoc again. Um, okay, those guys were pretty nasty for a second, but we were able to deal with them. Um, yeah, so far Bolts has been worse than Spider. It's weird that Alert Branch is easier than Bolts, but it certainly is the case this time. Hmm. How's it going? It's going well. Thank you for asking, Heavy. Thank you for stopping by. Um, we had a couple of characters at the beginning that were kind of lame, but this one has been going very well. Getting marked is definitely not nice here. It did have a 34% chance to mark me, so as far as the game is concerned, that's just a 100% chance to get marked. And here it is, the Ring of Willpower that I didn't buy earlier. I'm glad that I only got banished once because I didn't buy the ring. But then again, I don't know if I can fit it anywhere. I don't know if I can sacrifice my Ring of Evasion for the willpower. I feel like I'm more likely to sacrifice it for something else, but not for willpower. Okay, having rampaging after I get a paralysis from Mapok is pretty funny. I feel like I'm just pressing a button and deleting the monster that's in front of me. Um, yeah, I killed so many things so quickly there after using Apok. You destroy the Revenant, you kill the Slime Creature, you kill the Slime Creature. Uh, yeah, pretty good. Good stuff indeed. Mm, I can theoretically do Crypt 2 rather early because I have access to 3 pips of resistance to negative. Now that I have 1 pip of everything, I can probably do Elf 2. I'm gonna go do Elf in the near future. So strange that we are in bolts and I'm still concerned about Orc Priests and their smites. Um, It's a bit better now that I have robustness. 150 HP is definitely gonna help with that a good amount. Can you imagine how little armor class I would have if I didn't have the 14 armor class from Gargoyle? I would be at 25 armor class. It would be pretty bad. Okay, it would be nice if the Convoker convoked. Are you gonna convoke? I can just sit here flying over deep water while I wait for you to convoke. Are you gonna convoke? Is this guy gonna convoke or something? Yeah, I told you they don't do it unless it would kill me. The game knows. The game is self-aware. Um, yeah, I'm using a Elijah tank. I have Dark Flail. I went from +0 Dark Flail to Laja tank because I found a +5 Laja tank and I had 3 scrolls of enchant weapon. Um, Yeah, I had some interesting core staves early, but I didn't want to switch. But eventually I got to the point where the Lajatang was like easily accessible and the best weapon that I had access to by like a mile. Yeah, I have the Dark Maul, but I don't know how to use the Dark Maul. It's just bad. It's just a weapon that will try to kill you if you attack with it. I used it for a bit, and like the fight that I used it on was a bad fight. Like I had to switch away from it. I think that I attacked with it once or twice, and that was more than enough for me to not want to use it. But I'm gonna use it once versus this Sphinx. You barely missed the Sphinx. Okay, one more time. You killed the Sphinx. Okay, that was absolutely nuclear damage. Yeah, that was good damage, but I don't know. Like that's the kind of thing that I try to avoid when I play Crawl. I'm not gonna lie. Um, like it's okay if it comes from a consistent source, but if it comes from a weapon, like weapons are so prone, they're so bad compared to magic if you think about it. Like weapons miss, weapons take longer than a spell. Like sure there is the downside of having to actually train for the spell and everything, but it's just so rough to use the Dark Maul as it is. I don't think that it will ever get buffed too. I think that it is like that very much by design. Um, so the experience that the Dark Maul provides right now is the experience that the devs want it to provide, and I don't think it is a good experience at all. It recently got changed, so the base damage was reduced, and heavy was added to the weapon. It was not a buff by any means. Okay, I don't want to fight that. Oh, that's a lot of monsters. I'm gonna use Apoc here. Hmm. Pretty sketchy situation. Just too many monsters. Um, the Tango River at least has anti-magic applied to it, so... And I have good resistances, so I don't think it's gonna kill me. But it can certainly hit me with a Great Mace. I cannot evoke magical items, and I cannot quite cast Iron Shot yet. I really wish that I had heal wounds. Yeah, haven't found a lot of heal wounds this playthrough. I'm thinking that maybe the correct thing to do right now is to blink. But as you know, I consider blinking to be like every time that I blink in this game is like I am stepping one step closer. I'm taking one step, getting closer to my unfortunate and unavoidable demise when I run out of blinking. So I am always gonna try my best not to blink. Even in situations where maybe I should have blinked because I was at 30 HP next to something that could have easily dealt 30 damage to me. Um, Another thing that I could have done was reading the Scroll of Silence, which I have been carrying for a while. That was definitely an option that I had. I'm gonna try to get back to full HP, and then we're gonna do some stuff with APOC, with Apocalypse. Oh, I should probably Power Leap here. Yep. Power Leap is such a good ability. It's actually really useful. In previous playthroughs of Ru, I didn't use this ability a lot, but I have come to really like it in this specific playthrough because um, it's not the first one that I've played with attacks of opportunity, but the previous one didn't really have the issues that this Gargoyle has been having. I think that the main issue that this Gargoyle has is the lack of a shield. With a shield, this character would be so much better. That I can tell you right away. But I don't even have a good shield. Yep, it's all plain kite shields and bucklers. Manifold Assault with the Dark Maul flattens almost everything extended before it gets to you. But there's also like I'm adverse to that kind of thing because of the thing that I already mentioned. You know, I feel like I'm just setting in place the situation so that I have the chance of getting destroyed by the game. Like, I swing the Dark Maul and it takes me like 2 turns to do, and then I get double Torment plus Damnation, and then I die from close to full HP. That kind of thing is definitely a reality. That's the kind of thing that happens in Extended. So I would not risk doing that. Like in general, I like my actions to be 1 turn or less, unless it's a statue form. A statue form gets a pass because a statue form offers you great defenses. And even then, statue form is not something that I would run around doing in Extended. I do like the way that the damage output looks, but I don't know, it feels very, very unsafe. Okay, I have finished this. Thank you for the follow, Siroko. I appreciate it. Let's go here. Do I even want to go there? Is there anything worth it for me to go there? Because there's maybe nothing. That's also a very real possibility. The ghost might be very difficult as well. Wasn't there another ghost that I wanted to kill? I can check for ghosts like this. Yeah, that's exactly the combination of keys that I wanted. Go Spider 4. I got Swamp. That's nice because I think Shoals would be pretty difficult for this character. Swamp is gonna be significantly easier. Yeah, the one guarding the manual of ranged combat, right? Okay. Moderately damaged, slow. I wanted to get rid of the simulacra before getting rid of the ghosts because they were disabled. Yeah, that went very well. Didn't give me back all of my HP, so I have a little bit of drain, but it's perfectly okay. Now I could theoretically train for that Arbalest, but I don't think that I should. Because I don't think that it is going to be great. No, it would be great. Like I think that if I had gone for it, it would have been great because I would have just been shooting beams of absolute death towards the monsters. But I think that now the ship has set sail on that. Like the most important part here is I have 12 dexterity, and that's not gonna get much higher. Mm. Hmm. Well, we're pretty much done with bolts, other than that bolt that I may or may not do. Let's go to Swamp now. Swamp is gonna be annoying because of the Hydras. Hadn't thought about it. Better get a maze that is not the Dark Maul. How? Okay, I can try. No, I'm gonna get killed. I'm sure that I'm gonna get killed if I try tabbing the Hydras with Dark Maul. Um, I am almost 100% sure. Yeah, there was no way that was not brand weapon. We get protection, which is certainly better than not having anything, but not the best brand to have. Needs to find the demon whip. I'll go back for that later. Yeah, I don't need it right now. I'm just thinking that heavy demon whip would be a good thing to have. Heavy demon whip plus shield. Okay, time to get killed by Dark Maul. Or one-shot the Hydra. I guess that also works. Yeah, very swingy situations. Either one-shot the Hydras or get killed by them. Get one-shot by the Hydras. Hydra versus Dark Maul. That does sound scary, but for both you and the Hydra. Yeah, even with my 40 armor class, Hydras can definitely still ruin my day. If I attack them with Dark Maul anyway. I gotta resist the temptation to use Apok. There's so many situations where like I just cannot resist the temptation of Apok. Like this one. Yeah, there were a bit too many monsters there, so I just went for Apok. And when I say that, I mean Apok is like I already have low HP, so every time that I use Epoch, I'll have even lower HP for a while. It helps a lot that I got Robust because I feel like when I am at full HP and I use Epoch, I am just getting rid of my Robust for a bit, and that's perfectly manageable. But before Robust, I was feeling it so much. Like when I did my first rune, I was at 100 HP consistently, or even less than that. Okay, what happens if I use the Dark Maul versus Francis? You hit Francis. Nice. Okay, now I deal real damage versus Francis. And then Francis explodes. At 47 armor class, my guaranteed damage reduction is 41.9%. Yeah, but I'm not even at 47 armor. Oh, I am at 47 armor class when I'm using the Elijah tank. Yeah, I get it. Am I at 47? I'm not at 47. I'm at 45 or so, right? Luis could be dangerous. 12% chance to banish me. You also have a tower shield. I think that the only way for me to kill you is to use Epoch. Yep. I didn't want to use Epoch, but I think that literally was the only option that I had access to that could deal with Luis. Mm. So spectral weapons got nerfed. They used to be significantly more powerful because the way that their damage worked was checking from the damage of the dancing weapons, but now they don't work like that. Now they check your own damage, so they're significantly worse. Now you actually need to deal damage in order to use a dancing weapon, or like to use um, a spectral weapon and do well with it. Kind of a shame. Okay, so the plan of using the Dark Maul versus the Hydras hasn't really been as disastrous as I thought it was gonna be. That's good. Did I learn Manifold? Because I already got it. Like, I bought it from a shop, so might as well learn it. And also train translocations. -2 translocations. Oh, kinda awful. But sure. Yeah, it's working great. Train more mazes. Rue believes that I'm ready for a new sacrifice. Yeah, I'll sacrifice those things. Yeah, okay. I am willing to sacrifice those because I can always get more stuff. Yeah, I can get another sacrifice. I won't really use fire magic, transmutations, or necromancy. Um, the crystal spear is repelled. I'm playing with fire here. Talking about playing with fire, you crush Roxanne like a grape. Man, Roxanne got absolutely nuked there. Roxanne's Quarto of Minerals with Sandblast Stone Arrow, Petrify, Zombie Hands, and Statue Form. Yeah, that's what I thought of doing when I saw Roxanne. Roxanne cannot dodge, so that's the greatest weakness of the Dark Maul removed like that. I am a bit surprised that this guy is capable of dealing that much damage as a mere Spriggan Berserker. I'm not dabbing with the thing, right? Yeah, look at this guy and his capability of bypassing my 45 armor class. It's kinda inspiring even. Hmm. Hmm. Fear is not gonna work. Poison is not gonna kill it before it kills me. I guess I have to blink away. Rough that I have to do it. But unfortunately that Spriggan Berserker was a bit too much for me. Yep. Only for it to not be Berserk and then proceeds to die like it's nothing. It would be nice to find more Scrolls of Enchant Armor. I have gotten very few of them so far. Spriggan Berserkers are an extremely rare monster that generates here, but they are They're very strong. They might be the strongest thing that can generate here. Like stronger than Thorn Hunters? Is it really? I mean, you cannot run away from them, and they hit super hard. The summon that they can summon is not really much of an issue. No, I think Thorn Hunters are still worse because Thorn Hunters are pretty good at hitting you from afar, something that the Spriggan Berserker cannot do. Like, for example, versus a Thorn Hunter, I don't think that I would have been able to survive. I hope that this character wins so I can put it on YouTube. It's gonna be a pretty funny character where, like, the Artificer who could no longer artifice, because I sacrificed the vocations. What's the best armor to hope for? Gold scales. If I'm going to be casting Manifold, it's gotta be something like Randart Pearl Scales of Fire Resistance. Or do I even need Fire Resistance? Well, it would be nice to have. Not a necessity anymore now that I have those globes. In fact, I think that we can go back to the Pearl Scales. I'm gonna have to try that. Maybe if I go back to the Pearl Scales, I can cast Iron Shot. I lose a bit of armor class, perfectly fine. We gain a bit of evasion. And we have 45% Manifold, 30% Iron Shot. So, yep. That's kinda it. Only because my resistances are great somehow. If my resistances weren't great, I would probably have to use something like Gold Scales. But thanks to my resistances, I can afford to not do that. Grand Quicksilvers could be neat too. Yeah, that's too. Too bad there wasn't brand armor. For a while, I think those were actually considering adding that to the game after the removal of speed brand from boots. Which, yeah, it would have been nice, but I don't think it ended up happening. Well, it didn't happen, I guess. And I don't think it's gonna happen at all. Okay, I'm kind of afraid of that Spriggan Berserker after the experience that I had with the previous one. Oh, this is pretty annoying. I'm gonna have to jump away from you guys. Okay, I guess it's time to face my fears. Yep. The turn before it died, it went Berserk. If it had been an early game bear, it would have killed me with that Berserk. But we have already overcome that weakness of the early game. So last weekend I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, I didn't really play that much. I went more to trade some cards. I was going to play in the tournament, but since I woke up so late, I ended up not playing. But anyway, last week was Yu-Gi-Oh! This weekend is gonna be Magic because it's the final of the league of my friend's business. I qualified by only going to one date, to the fifth one, and I did well. And there were not too many people qualified for the top 8, so I was able to get in very easily like that. It was very convenient. I hope that I do well in the top 8. It's gonna be single elimination with prizes to the top 4. Okay, so yeah, the Dark Maul on Hydra's thing has been working surprisingly well. It actually is kind of astonishing. I am a bit fearful of the possibility of me getting Manifold and then using Manifold with the Dark Maul and being like, oh, this is amazing. I should have done this so much earlier. Like, I'm legit afraid of the possibility of that. I hope I'm like, okay, it's nice, but like it's not even that great. and like I feel like monsters just teleport next to me if I press this button, which yeah. What is the entry fee and payout for such a tournament? Oh, the way that it works, like for the league, if you're talking about my friend's Magic League, was the entrance was like $7 to $8. It's hard to convert it on the fly. It's like 150 Mexican pesos per date, and the scores were tracked across all 5 dates, and the 8 people with the highest score were qualified to the top 8 for free, and the top 8 played for a part of the prize that was accumulated across all 5 dates. Does Dark Maul one shot Lerny? I think that the most interesting question to ask is, does Lerny one-shot me after I fail to one-shot it with the Dark Maul? Because I think that's how it's going to be. I am tempted to Apoc first, but I'm going to be a crowd pleaser and I'm gonna try it. And if I die, I'm gonna end stream and I'll come back tomorrow. You know the deal. Okay, so Lerny didn't die. Lerny got hit for like half HP, and I also didn't die. There were a lot of rolls where Lerny didn't deal damage to me. Look at that. Lerny does no damage times 10. That's pretty crazy. Oh, Lerny destroys walls. Yeah, or destroys trees. That's uncommon thing to see. Well, after trying and failing to one-shot Lerny with the Dark Maul, I went ahead and pressed the Apoc button, and that worked out okay. Flattened like a pancake, and it's only half health. Yeah, I imagine that's like some Looney Tunes stuff. How is Manifold doing? Really wanna start trying that. 12%. Okay, we're almost there. I can at least put it on the quiver now. Okay. Yeah. That seems like what Wizard Ike said earlier. Manifold Assault with Dark Maul flattens almost everything extended before it gets to you, but the other message was like with Manifold Assault it's basically multi-target MCC. Yeah, that felt like that. Okay, let's go for it. I hope that it's not so good, so that I don't feel compelled to do it. Ru believes I'm ready to make a new sacrifice. Let's take a look at the sacrifices. I can sacrifice Essence. Yeah, sure. Ru indicates that your awakening is complete. That means no more sacrifices to make. So yeah, I knew that I was gonna need 2 sacrifices to go from 5 to 6. Perfectly okay. Fortunately, it only took me 3 sacrifices to go from nothing to 5. Hold the exclamation marks. Yeah, we're actually hitting really hard. What did that sacrifice do? Minus 10% mana. Yeah, your magical capacity is low. Minus 10% mana. So I finally became the champion of Ru. Reach 6 pips of piety under Ru. Didn't this used to say became the champion of? That was rune number 2. Pretty nice. I will now. Yeah, Elf sounds okay. Elf sounds like a pretty okay place to go. Since after all, I already have some really, really good resistances. I also, well, now that I have Manifold Assault, theoretically, I could, like, I kind of have good ranged weapon or good ranged damage output. But I'm still very skeptical of this. I will wait until it convinces me. I'm gonna drop the Ring of Evasion for willpower so I don't get vanished here. Boy, missing with this thing sucks. 2.4 attack delay if I miss with it. Oh, that's not even it. Base attack delay 2.4. I cannot believe it that. Like, all my training in maces, which is 16 by the way, is only enough to mitigate the penalty from heavy brand. 183 and only going to go up with more maces. I suppose so. Oh, it doesn't hit invisible monsters. Manifold Assault does not hit invisible monsters. I don't know, I feel like I'm missing a lot. It worked very well versus Hydras because Hydras have like no evasion at all, but these guys do. They don't even have that much evasion, but they have a small amount of it, and that is more than enough for me to not hit them, which feels pretty bad. Oh wow, Azrael got literally one shot. That's pretty funny, not gonna lie. Um, Okay, I think I like the idea of pressing the Manifold Assault button when I'm surrounded by rather insignificant enemies, because at this point in the game, thanks to my resistances, that's what they are. Um, and like just like surround myself by those enemies and press the Manifold Assault button until they die. It seems to be working very well. However, Deep of Sorcerers and Deep of Demonologists are not insignificant enemies. So I cannot afford to do that. They can be pretty dangerous. By the way, what's your chance to destroy me? 1%. Okay, that's what I like to see. Yeah, that's why you get 2 sources of willpower. 2 sources of willpower is more than enough to not worry about that kind of thing happening to you. I like how the game is warning me if I actually want to wield that Arbalest, which I'm only carrying because it's a really good Arbalest, but I'm still not willing to use it. So yeah, I feel so unsafe attacking with the, with the Dark Maul. Like it feels like something that I really shouldn't be doing, because like there's too much action on the screen whenever I press the. They feel unsafe too. I mean, I find it really funny that you're trying so badly to make me use the Dark Maul. Um, Yeah, it definitely hits for absolute nuclear damage. Like it splits them into several different atoms. It's kind of crazy how strong it is. Um, okay. Oh, I have been pressing APOC like the APOC button as if it was still the APOC button, but no, it is now the Manifold Assault button, much to my dismay. Um, Mendeley is 1.5, but it takes a while to get there. Is it seriously 1.5? It used to be 1.3. Wow, it really got nerfed. Why did it get nerfed? Or was it 1.3? I don't remember. I don't remember. Yeah, I never really got the chance to use Alt Dark Maul before it got reworked into what it is right now. It wasn't even that much of a rework. It was just like a small tweaking so that it could have the heavy brand added to it. Mm. Okay, that's 10 translocations. More than enough to use Blink and Manifold Assault, which is what we want. 1.5 is far less scary sounding, at least. I am inclined to agree with that. Do I just train maces now? I think that I'm just gonna train maces now. Twitch.tv/9settler. Okay. 27 maces. Whoa! Yeah, I might have to do it. When was the last time that I won with 27 maces? I may have never done it. May have never won with 27 maces. Mm. What if I just close that door and never open it? Yeah, I'm sure that door has something really, really dumb on the other side, like a Doom Hound. That looks like something that I've done before that has had Doom Hounds on the other side of it. So, yeah, I don't have to do that kind of thing. Magic mapping. Um, I just noticed that I didn't get a volcano, didn't get a gauntlet, didn't get an ice cave. I guess I got a bazaar, a temporary one. Haven't gotten a Wislav. Maybe in depths. This game has been very lacking in portal bolts. Oh no, I did get a volcano. I got the wizard volcano, but that's it. Didn't get an ice cave, nor a gauntlet. Oh, buckler of poison resistance. We don't need that. I already have that immunity. Okay, so I have to say that it is pretty great when it does hit. It's not even that inaccurate, at least. I wonder how it is not even that inaccurate when it's like a huge chunk of metal. Um, Large iron shot Maul specialized for dealing massively powerful blows. Such power comes at a price. The Maul's head is so heavy it takes a great length of time to lift it up for another swing. Yep. Gong pancaked. Yikes, 2 misses in a row. 3 misses in a row. Do you have evasion? Yeah, okay. Okay. Versus enemies with any amount of evasion, it is not the correct thing to use. If you ever run a tabletop game again, you have to slide the Dark Maul into some dragon's horde. As in, oh, you find this thing that you at first don't even recognize as a weapon because it's just so big that you can barely even imagine something wielding it. But apparently, it is a weapon that you can equip at your own risk. Okay, so I rampaged forward here because I have Apoc. Of course, I have Apoc. Ah, oh, so satisfying. Yep. That's a really cool thing about Root. Like it really gives you the power of a level 9 spell with none of the drawbacks of a level 9 spell, which of course is just the incredible amount of experience required to actually get it. Yeah, this hits so hard. Oh, maybe I shouldn't try to use it versus a Blade Master, however. Melee range weapons are trapped in D&D 5th edition at least. Well, unless you're also a spellcaster. Seriously, is it that bad? I'm glad that I have no interest in playing D&D. Yeah, the things that Wizards of the Coast has made have alienated me from giving them money in any way whatsoever. I play Magic, but I only play Magic because my friend has the shop, right? So I don't really buy packs or even enter Magic events anymore. I used to when I had money, but then I stopped having money, and then the things with Wizards of the Coast happened, so I really don't have the desire to do it anymore. If I'm gonna play an RPG, a tabletop RPG, I'm gonna play Pathfinder. No interest in anything D&D related. Have to go for a second epoch there, but even then, I don't think that it will be enough. Things are getting kind of spicy here. Too many dudes. They're definitely winning the battle of attrition. I'm a bit afraid of this guy with its Call Down Damnation. Just doing it twice versus me and killing me like that. What if I use fear? Can you get feared? They don't even have that much willpower. I can use bond and fear just to be safe, just to be sure. Okay. I don't mind you. You can't follow me. You wanna try running something called Blades in the Dark? Sounds edgy. It's like if you made Dishonored Thief into a co-op role-playing game. Yeah, it definitely sounds like something like that. Cloak and dagger, um, kind of thing. Oh, I hit the High Priest, but it didn't die with the Dark Maul. That's definitely an unusual experience. Would it be too much if the Dark Maul also had 100% accuracy, like Sniper? It would be great if it did. Imagine, it would be so wonderful. Um, Boots of Flying. But my current boots are incredible, aren't they? No, they're not. So I guess I replaced +0 boots for +1 boots. Because I already have the flying property. I'm a gargoyle. Gargoyles get flying at the experience level 15. Permanent flying. And then I get to replace it for boots of stealth. I have 2 stealth items equipped, but I don't think that I am particularly stealthy. The game keeps giving me stealth stuff, however. Gloves of lies. Those are some pretty okay gloves for sure. Kinda better, but not that much better than what I have. Not better enough. Like if I had a good enough source of fire resistance, I would definitely think about it. That's an interesting ring. 8 intelligence. But nah, we're not doing it. Elf is fun. You get so much loot from coming here. And only you sometimes die. Like, it's not a common experience to die here. So I definitely do enjoy coming to Elf. But I think that I may not die here very frequently because I also like take my time. Since this is pretty much optional, you can take all the time that you want to make sure that you're actually ready to do it. I wish more things in the game were like that. But the only other place that really is like that is Crypt and Bolts 5, but like those come late enough and are well, specifically Crypt is not really as rewarding as Elf or Bolts 5 or Slime. Something live blasphemy. Your group is gonna be trying Pathfinder Second Edition in a couple of weeks. If your group um, likes to stream your sessions, I would be interested in watching that because, yeah, I also wanna try to learn Pathfinder Second Edition. Has been fun and you've learned a lot. I am glad that you have enjoyed the stream. Thank you for stopping by. I am about to end this character. Normally I would be ending right about now, but we're not ready to finish just yet. But we're getting there. I have 2 runes, I need 3. My 3rd rune is probably gonna be Slime. I'm gonna try to Manifold Assault the Royal Jelly and like probably fail. And then I'm gonna Apoc and I'm gonna win anyway, so it's gonna be alright. I'm done with Bolt, Elf. I guess we do Slime now. Oh, Merlin, if you're still here, you might want to delay your sleep for about 10 minutes because what I'm gonna do is gonna be pretty cool. Slime is a pretty interesting part of the game to do the way that I'm about to do it. Yeah, I'm glad that these guys don't have that much evasion. Makes them significantly more significantly more easy to kill with what I'm doing. Definitely my greatest enemies now that I'm using the Dark Maul is, or like our monsters with high evasion. Even rock slimes are gonna be so easy to kill with the Dark Maul. Look at that! This is crazy! How is this so easy? I am astonished at the fact that this has been such a such an easy experience so far. Normally it's kind of difficult to kill these slimes because they do have a ton of HP, but I guess HP is not a factor to consider when you're using the Dark Mode. If things get hit, things just die. Look at that! 5 exclamation symbols on that slime creature. It's crazy. by dark mauling the royal jelly to death. Does it have a lot of evasion? Hopefully not. Oh, it has 1 pip of evasion. Let's go. If I had, oh, I have a net, so I can do the particle phase special. The particle phase special is throwing a net on the royal jelly and just hitting it as a melee character, because for some reason you can net the royal jelly. Like, it doesn't make any sense that you can net something like a slime, but you can. And that's how particle phase does it. And it works super well. I tried it the other day and it was super good. Do I have might? Oh, I have might. I will absolutely use it. Slime 4, so we're not there yet. By the way, I saw something about potential alternative layouts of slime. Mm, yeah, like potential layouts to end slime. I wonder if it's gonna come to happen. But even if it does, I don't think it's gonna be in this version. I think it's gonna be in the next one. Feature freeze for this version should happen very soon. What's the max amount of exclamation marks? Oh, it's I think it's infinite. Yeah, I know that 5 is like more than 144 damage, which is already kind of a lot. Okay, final level. No need to magic mapping. Yeah, I used to do it, but I don't think I actually want to do it anymore. Um, okay, and it does make a lot of noise. I don't know if you have noticed, but it makes crazy large amounts of noise when you hit something with the dark mole. I've hit 6. 6 is over 288. Yeah, I don't think that I have ever hit 6 outside of this situation. Oh yeah, there's a 6 one right here. That's more than 288. Crazy. I want to epoch, but I don't know if I want to epoch you guys. On the other hand, I don't know how I would do it otherwise. I'm gonna jump away. I guess that we can begin by jumping away and then going over here and then pressing manifold and again and one more time and then going upstairs. And then switching to the lag attack because I don't like to do such slow actions while surrounded by so many enemies. Ru was a crucial part of this character. Like, Ru shaped this character so much. Getting Apox early was such a big deal. Getting Apoc through 3 sacrifices is the stuff of legends. Like, it was so fast that it allowed me to do Orc before Lair. It was amazing. Okay, and there it is. I don't know if I should just go for it now, or if I should wait for it to be closer to me. I'm gonna wait for it to be closer. Okay, get closer. Net. Oh, I should have maybe hasted. Well, it's not too late. Haste might, because you requested it, otherwise I wouldn't do it. And Daff. You crush the royal jelly like a grape. Like a grape. Your hands burn. The royal jelly is heavily wounded. The royal jelly spits out 10 more jellies. But that was enough time for the royal jelly to rip it apart. Kind of annoying. Let's do it again. Oh, I completely miss. Seriously? But it doesn't even have that much evasion. I feel scammed. Well, now I'm stuck in the kind of situation that I don't like to be in. I don't know why Particle Phase likes to do it like this. But I feel that. I feel like I'm in danger. Okay, I'm gonna switch to the Lajatang. Fortunately, I'm still mighty and hasted, so things are gonna die super quickly. I don't think that I even need to get back my mana for the purposes of using Apoc later. Ouch. Why are these guys hitting me so hard? Huh. One of them is almost dead. I'm still exhausted. I don't have heal wounds. Things are getting kind of complicated. But yeah, that was pretty funny. I think that the way that I would have liked to do it is just wait for the Royal Jelly to be in the open. So hit it and have it be in the open, and then blink away, probably with blink spell, not using a scroll blinking on that, and then using Apoc, and that I think would have killed almost everything better than this. Yeah, I don't like the corridor strategy. I have decided that I don't really like it. Am I faster than these guys? Let me find out because I don't know for sure. Mm, Acid blobs are speed 12, so I am faster while hasted. While hasted the player has a movement speed of 15, I'm pretty sure. Well, something along those lines. Enough for me to walk away from them for a bit. Very scary that they're doing that. Okay, there it is, a real jelly. It's not even that hurt, unfortunately. I'm running out of haste. Okay, yep. Going for that was probably not the wisest thing to do. I got hit kind of hard. Sucks it got away after the one hit. Yeah, if I had been able to hit it twice, I think that I would have killed it with 2 melee attacks. So this has going kinda not very well so far. I still cannot Apoc. Yeah, I drank a potion of mana for Apoc, but I still have the exhaustion. Man, the cooldown on Drew abilities is kind of annoying. Not gonna lie here. It's very complicated to deal with this kind of situation. Especially because my haste is about to run out. Regardless, I shouldn't be using the Dark Maul because I feel like if I use it, I'm gonna die. Oh, it's gone. The cooldown is gone. Let's use Apoc. Okay. We only killed 3 things. That felt strangely unrewarding. Yeah, I mean the game knows what it's telling me. Wow, it makes so much noise. It's one of the noisiest things in the game. Can run now with some paralyzed. How hurt are you? Severely wounded. Yeah, and slow. It's a shame, but I don't think that I can finish this off. Particle Face says that it's very easy to do this as a melee character. I don't really agree, personally. I think that it is so much easier to do it if you're a mage. I guess I can haste again. I don't think that I'm gonna die to acid speeds with this amount of HP. I'm a bit more concerned about this. Ouch. Okay. Okay. Oof, that was kind of scary. The guys stepping on the sub traps could have paralyzed me, and that was it. That was game over. Your only kill on Jelly with melee was an Axe Minotaur? Ah, Axes. Axes would definitely help a lot there. Okay, round 2 versus the Royal Jelly. Now with less... oh, wait, if I'm gonna actually do it the way that I've been talking about, I should actually get the spell that I need. Blink. Okay, now that I have Blink, I can do it. Fortunately, Blink is already like a transmutation spell, or like a translocation spell, so I don't have to train anything special to make use of it. Blink, Manifold, Blink, Manifold, Manifold, Manifold. Oh, I ran out of mana. Well, the minus mana mutation really is noticeable. Shoutitis is irrelevant. Shoutitis doesn't do anything, fortunately. Like, I'm already alerting all of my enemies. You splatter the great orb of eyes into a gooey mess. Okay, as I said, round 2 versus the Royal Jelly. Haste. Ouch. And might. Ouch. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Oh, I almost one-shot it. Oh, that was so much damage. It was at full HP and I almost one-shot it. Okay, that's great because when I blink away and I use Manifold, I'm gonna kill it. But I still don't know if I'm gonna survive this turn. So, well, this action, it's not a turn. Let's see how it works out. I didn't even take any damage? Are you joking? I didn't take any damage? Sweet. Oh yeah, 18 summons. The Royal Jelly spits out 18 more jellies. Yeah, just ordinary stuff for a crawl character. Okay, Apoc. Oh no, hold on. We have Immolation. We're gonna use Immolation. Where is my scroll simulation? Yes. And then we're gonna use Apoc. Yeah, now we can Apoc. With an infernal noise, the power ruling this place vanishes. That felt strangely unrewarding. And so the explosions begin. Man, this game can be very satisfying at times. I think that Rift Wizard does a better job of doing like the ultra satisfying things like these, but this is also nice. Um, I feel like in Rift Wizard every encounter is kind of like that, but in Crawl this kind of thing is made special because it's only in very specific situations that you have to carefully craft yourself that you get to do stuff as flashy as that. 1.6 attack speed on the Dark Maul. Because I have haste. Without haste, it would not be that. But at least the Dark Maul is pretty good at one-shotting the Rock Slimes. Which, yeah, my greatest enemy here are the Rock Slimes. I absolutely despise them. Unlike all other slimes, they have crazy armor class for a monster. So you didn't get overwhelmed by the summons at least. Yeah, the 1.6 attack speed was super helpful. If the summons had gotten to attack me, it would have been pretty bad. So yeah, I emerged victorious out of that fight against all odds. Yeah, I really thought that I was gonna die with the Dark Maul, but I think hasting helped a lot as well. Um, okay, that's rune number 3. I can now go win the game. So yeah, that's what I wanted to show, Merlin. If you are still here, you can feel free to go to sleep. I appreciate you stopping just a little bit longer so I could show the royal jelly fight. It is normally not that's not normally the way that I do it. I normally don't do it with melee characters. I like to do elsewhere, to go elsewhere for my third rune as a melee character. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Especially the part where I almost one-shot the royal jelly with a melee attack. That thing has like more than 200 HP and I almost killed it with one attack. 231. Well, about 231. That means between like 180 and 300, but it is almost always going to be around 231. You were hoping for the 6 exclamation marks? Oh, it would have been great. That would have been a one-shot. That is a one-shot on almost every monster in the game. Yeah, somehow this character is actually doing very well. But I feel like eventually, like one of these days, I'm gonna meet my match when it comes to the Dark Maul, and I'm gonna die in like a turn. Like I'm gonna explode spontaneously. The fact that I have the potential to one-shot anything is so fun. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I'm not even gonna try it versus Orbs of Fire in Sot because Orbs of Fire unfortunately have too much evasion. But if I was to say encounter Curstos, that destroys Curstos because Curstos have no evasion. Yep, 1 pip of evasion, about 5% chance to dodge Dark Maul. Good luck with that. You think I have one-shot the Royal Jelly before? That? Yeah, I can see that happening. At the very least, I did it with Absolute Zero. That I can tell you. But I don't know if Absolute Zero one-shots really even count. I wouldn't say that they do. Gonna grab and enchant this Demon Whip to see if I can get a heavy Demon Whip. If I do, I'm gonna inscribe it with this is a good weapon. This is a better weapon than any launcher. Because it really is, in my opinion. Anyway, I haven't done depths. I have to do depths 1 through 5. It shouldn't be very difficult. That's the second Ice Dragon. Oh, what? One of these things is not like the others. One of these things doesn't belong. Fortunately, it still gets flattened. Okay, I suspect this is some nasty entrance to hell. No, is it just like, oh, look at that, funny bolt. Cool. Okay, pretty scary that there was an ice fiend at all there. Ice fiends are not what you want to see when you're attacking so slowly. 2.1 attack speed now. Well, that explains where all the ice dragons came from. I'm glad that the ice dragon that I dipped into depths to find was literally the first monster that I saw here, because that ice fiend would have been scary. Wouldn't have been that bad because gargoyles get torment resistance, but yeah, it's pretty bad regardless. Anyway, look at that. I think that's the first time that I one-shot both a fire dragon and an ice dragon in the same turn. That was pretty funny. Man, this is kind of crazy. Okay, I feel like I want to epoch here. I still wonder why the weaker Tengus generate in depths. They really feel like they are the weakest possible monsters that can generate here, and they really shouldn't generate here. But they do regardless, so I don't know. You miscast Manifold Assault. Very inconvenient. Okay. The Enchantress with a Vampiric Demon Whip. And good Fairy skills. I mean, they're okay. They're not that great because they don't have. They're not enchanted. I wish they were. And I also wish that I had Apoc here. I used Apoc earlier because I didn't think that I was gonna have to deal with another band of monsters immediately afterwards. But I guess that's my bad because Apoc makes a lot of noise. We cannot use the Dark Maul versus highly evasive monsters like that. The Enchantress explodes. Yay! Let's go. Oh, nice. Okay, I think that if I use Draw Out Power here, I have enough HP to deal with the rest of these guys. Yeah. Despite the experience that you have seen me have throughout this playthrough, I still would not really like Rue on the vast majority of my characters. I think that it is an okay god. Like, certainly the highs are very high, but then there's also the lows of going Rue. Like, if you don't get lucky sacrifices, if your first couple of sacrifices are pretty rough, and you feel like you cannot afford to take any of them, you either can and will get killed by that, or you can't and you're sacrificing the ability, like the point in the game where Rue is at its most powerful, which is when I did Orc with Apoc, that was absolutely insane. So yeah. We're almost done with this run. This is only Depths 1. It's taken me quite a while to progress to Depths. Not surprising, to be completely fair. Depths is a place full of really dangerous monsters, really complicated encounters, and really damaging encounters too, as you can see. Enchant Weapon on the Demon Whip. Oh, do I even want to fully enchant the other Demon Whip? I think I would rather enchant the Vampiric Demon Whip so I can heal if I need to. Okay, Depths 1, not very difficult. I have a ton of armor class, or a ton of HP now. 181. It is a ton of HP for a gargoyle. If I didn't have robust, this would be close to experience level 27 fighting levels of HP. No, that's not true. I think that Gargoyles get around 200 HP. Yeah, because humans get around 240 and -1 HP species get around 220. Yeah, the ones that get 180 are the Spriggans and stuff like that. Vinestalkers as well. What is that? A polished shortbow. Nothing compared to the Dark Maul. Gargoyles got 199. Yeah. So close to what I said then. I said about 200. Mm. And then cats are the lowest of the low. Yeah, cats, I don't even know how little they get because it's miserable. Is it even possible to win a cat if you're not in statue form? Questions science still cannot answer. Hmm. I'm amazed at how well this has been going. Yeah, like this feels wrong. Another thing that I probably should have done a long time ago and I haven't done is enchant with all my scrolls of enchant armor, the pearl scales. Well, not really. I'm gonna enchant the boots first, and then I'm gonna wait with my one scroll of enchant armor. But yeah, if I had more, I probably should have put it into my pearl scales a long time ago. Mm. Dark Maul best weapon. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm still. It's like that other day with the Demon Spawn where I was like, I don't even know how this is going well, but it is going well, so whatever. Lucky paralysis. I feel like if I hadn't gotten the paralysis there, maybe I would have died. Or being forced to use blinking. But fortunately, none of those things happened. This is not gonna be better than what I have. But I have a bunch of money, so whatever. Yep, I knew that it was not gonna be better. I knew. I wonder if that's how it feels to have like a lot of money in real life. Like just buy stuff, even if you know that it's not gonna be as good as what you already have. But like I mean a lot of money, like crazy amounts of money. Like the kind of money that you wouldn't be able to spend in a lifetime, even if you tried. You want to see the true suicidal Dark Maul with harm? But my boots are, well, they're not even that good. Okay, maybe I'll do it, just because my boots aren't even that good. I have to do it now. I'll do it at least a little bit. I'll do it maybe until SOT. I'm not gonna do it for SOT, but I'll do it for the rest of devs. I want to see if I can get 6 exclamation mark points so more consistently. I feel like you may not be a good influence for the survival of this character, Will Tarquine. Let's go back to depths. Only until SOT, at which point I will go back to what I was using before. Okay. Okay, I am still one-shotting stuff. Oh, Iron Dragon. Please don't hurt me. That Iron Dragon didn't get one shot. I thought that I was gonna get more 6 exclamation marks, but I think that I've been getting less 3 exclamation marks, which is definitely a pretty good thing, because 3 exclamation marks often don't one-shot things. Okay, it certainly is one-shotting everything. The experience that Wizard Like mentioned earlier for this is for sure the case. It's true. Spellbinder is a good weapon for Orbs of Fire. I might want to carry it. I should probably drop a bunch of these things. I can get rid of these. No, I don't think that I'm gonna rebrand it. But that's about it. Everything else I actually wanna carry. Helps a lot that I'm not carrying once. That makes it so that I have a good amount of free space in my inventory despite carrying a bunch of stuff. It also helps a lot that I don't have to juggle through rings. What is this? A book boutique with a manual of polearms and a bunch of books that I cannot make use of. Why can I not make use of? Oh, did I sacrifice necromancy? Oh yeah, okay, that explains it. Yeah. Very low impact to sacrifice necromancy for me, not gonna lie. No ones, basically no throwing. What an elegant inventory, yep. Very minimalist inventory. Ooh, Juggernaut one shot. Okay, that was pretty good. Juggernauts have around 180 HP. Oh, 170. Yeah, look at that. Ah, beautiful. Is that a new tile for the Juggernaut? I think that it is a new tile for the Juggernaut. It looks pretty cool. Is it a new tile? Can someone confirm? Because I never look at tiles. Oh, it's had it for a while. Oh, yeah, that just shows how much I look at tiles. Do you have evasion? You have a little bit of evasion. Okay. Depths 4. Do you have a shield? Hmm. It did have a shield. No wonder that it took so long to kill. Okay, this is pretty satisfying. Having enemies appear on the screen and then press a button and then having the enemy be almost certainly dead is pretty great. Whenever it doesn't miss, whenever it misses 3 times in a row, it's pretty painful. 4, 5 times in a row. Okay, only missed 5 times in a row. Fortunately, it wasn't against a nasty enemy. Okay, yeah, I don't get it. I am doing this and I keep feeling like I shouldn't be doing this, like I'm doing something that is potentially gonna get me killed. Um, or like get me thrown into a situation that's gonna be super bad super quickly, but it just keeps not happening. It's a strange feeling for me because whenever I use heavy weapons, like I have that experience. Like I don't think heavy weapons are good, except for heavy demon whips specifically. Um, but it's weird because the Dark Maul deals crazy damage, and it does so with a semblance of consistency. Like it does enough damage for you to actually be able to compensate for the downside of heavy, which is something that very few other weapons can do. Um, it's crazy. What's my mace skill? 23. You can die if they can't get near you, or you live for 10 rounds of weak weapons hitting them. Oh, I accidentally went into the vestibule of hell. You know what? It's perfectly fine because I am a worshipper of Ru. I should also go do Bolts 5. I'm kind of afraid of moving because I feel like if I move, I might not be able to leave. I don't even have to stay here. I guess I can just get out, regen to full HP, and come back down and try again. Oh, I am doing this with harm. Maybe not the wisest thing to do. Oh, I tried to blink and I failed and I got the... Oh, that sucks. The tentacle monstrosity's grasp on you weakens, but your attempt to escape fails. Yep. The other day, someone got killed because they didn't know that that was not a guarantee to break free of constriction. Um, I think draw or like power leap might be a guarantee to get free of constriction. Well, I'm just gonna pillar dance a bit so I can go back to full HP. Oh, I accidentally killed the Phantasmal Warrior. It positioned itself in such a way that I had the easiest time dealing with it with Rampaging attack. Okay, so round 3. With the way that this is going, I might get rid of the entirety of the vestibule before actually killing Herion. Oh, never mind. I got paralysis. Goodbye. Wow, survive an attack after Apoc. That's crazy. Okay, just one more for. Oh no! Oh, what happened there? The Stoker conjures a fierce blast of wind. Have they always been able to do that? Or is that a new thing that they got? No, I'm pretty sure that they have always been able to do that. It's not the end of the world. I can still go out through this one exit. Yeah, okay. I'll go back to do more Apoc later. For now, I think that I want to Apoc Bolts 5. But I mean, like, go into Bolts 5 and just Apoc and then get out. The Phantom Warrior Resolve phase. Yeah, no Wardens, so it's safe to do. Okay, killed the vast majority of things here. Also got me back all my HP. Pretty good. It's like going in here and just casting Ignition or so and then getting out. I don't need to do the rest of these. I think that I might be incentivized to do it because like there's gonna be more monsters now, including a warden, by the way. So this could be scary. Oh, I'm still exhausted. Wow, it lasts forever. Oh, I just realized something important. I was like, oh, I was not expecting Apoc to kill that many dudes. But I think that what happened was that I have harm on. Yeah, I think that's why I killed so many dudes down there. Let's do it one more time. Maybe I'm playing with fire here. Oh yeah, this time I got locked in. But I have Apoc. And I killed the guy that was locking me in. Alongside almost the entirety of the rest of the dudes. There's another warden, and I don't have Apoc. I'm going to get out now. This is pretty funny. I feel like with this method, I'm just gonna be able to do literally the entirety of Bolts 5 without a lot of danger. Last scene, I make a ton of noise. A bunch of dudes come my way. I kill the vast majority of them, and then I get out. I rest it off, come back in, do it again, rinse and repeat until there's no more monsters here. Um, okay, I mean, for science, I suppose. I was not even gonna do the entirety of this, but I feel like I am compelled to do it now. Um, and then when I'm not using Apoc, I can also use Manifold Assault. Though I feel that it's not particularly the safest thing to do, especially with harm in Bolts 5. It has been an incredibly silly character. I agree. I agree. And to think that I was not planning on doing this. Crazy. Okay, yep, this seems pretty desolate now. I might actually be done. I was kind of expecting one or two more waves of monsters, but maybe not. Oh, ran out of mana, but there was only one dude, so everything's fine. Okay, yeah. This is starting to feel like that time when I had the Robo Folly as a demigod. Like no, it was not a demigod, was it? Or I think it was a demigod, yeah. The one that had 100% spell power, but not even 100% success rate, not even 99% success rate. That character was pretty funny. It was casting 100% spell power, like Firestorms and stuff. It had all level 9 spells, I'm pretty sure. That was a great character. Yeah, they're shadow skills. Not as good as what I have right now. I feel like if I was to equip them, I would have a harder time casting what I'm casting. Well, I don't feel, I know for sure that I would have a harder time casting what I'm casting. Manifold Assault is at 3%, so it would probably put it at 5 or 6%. The range at which it would be kind of uncomfortable to use it. It's weird. It really is weird to actually one-shot things. It feels so alien to crawl. Don't want Mace's killing to slow down till it's done. We're almost getting there. We're already at 1.6 attack delay. Well, sometimes. I got a 1.8. That's another thing that I don't like about Heavy, how it is very inconsistent with the way that works. Mm. Gonna buy the haste, and that's it. Don't want anything else from there. That's oh no no no! Like I considered it for a moment because it's actually like 3 pips of cold resistance is pretty okay, but I don't think that I can sacrifice my willpower for it. Yeah. 2 sources of willpower are very important. By the way, I am surprised that I just destroyed that leech like it was nothing. I did have to hit it like 4 times, but it still died super quickly. I'm sure that it would have taken me much longer to kill it if I had tried to do so with the Laya tank. Would be great if I got another scroll brand weapon. No, I got freezing on the Laya tank. Yeah, I think we can live with freezing on the Laya tank. For the majority of enemies, that's the best brand in SOT actually. The Draconians get slowed by it. Mm. Yeah, slow could be really dangerous with the Dark Maul, now that you mention it. So I eventually, like I went from, okay, I'm gonna do 2 levels of depths with harm to literally doing bolts 5 with harm. I still think that I shouldn't have it for SOT, because SOT, Orbs of Fire, I don't feel that safe. Okay, I wasn't even gonna do bolts 5, but but sure. But okay, now the time has come to actually where the other boots. No more harm. We can go to SOT now. Yeah, I'm using Dark Mold, Manifold Assault, and Harm. This is probably gonna go to YouTube whether I live or die here because this has been kind of crazy. I did Slime and I almost one-shot the Royal Jelly with like a single attack. It almost died. It was amazing. Um, So yeah, the stars aligned. I got Dark Maul, and I was actually using maces, and I didn't have a good mace. And I found Dark Maul, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll use it. And I was like, okay, I'm not actually gonna use it. And then I got the Laya tank, and like I eventually succumbed to the desire of actually trying Dark Maul because I've never used Dark Maul. It just feels like an item that is not gonna be good. That's why I've never used it. But this run has proven to me that it can be pretty respectable if you're tanky enough. I think it requires a certain level of imperviousness on your character, which this one does have. But if you happen to, have the stars align and get everything that you need in terms of defenses and resistances, you can probably use the Dark Maul to great effect. There were no outside influences involved in the change to Dark Maul. Yeah, definitely not Will Tarquine telling me pretty much once every 10 minutes to go Dark Maul. This is kind of nasty. There's definitely a lot of death cups, and normally the way to get rid of them is to hex them, but I don't have the ability to do such a thing. So this is pretty scary. Um, okay, Apoc. Yeah, still pretty scary. Also slow, so I cannot afford to use the Dark Maul right now. Lethal damage is your favorite hex. I'm gonna haste. Get rid of that. Dark Maul because I'm hasted. Okay. Working out kind of all right. I think that something that I hadn't considered about losing the ability to evoke is digging in sod. Like I said earlier, I cannot dig through a vault to go in, but digging in sod is like that's pretty much the purpose of the Wand of Digging. Sod is very difficult because of the layouts that it generates, and the fact that pretty much every fight is a banned fight. Yeah, a bunch of draconians every time. Um, so having a Wand of Digging to at least modify the terrain to your favor is very useful. But I don't have access to that, so I'm gonna have to, adapt, or maybe just dive. That's also a thing that I could possibly do. Um, that vault looks pretty scary. Oh, I got shafted. Okay, where does this lead? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's not good. I'm sure that all 3 stairs lead to there, which might be bad. On the other hand, I am also a rune worshipper with Epoch. Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, sure. At some point this week, I'm gonna have to go visit my friend for his tournament, for the final of his league. Yeah, like the final of the league is on Saturday, but I want to go see if he has some cards that I want for my deck and stuff, like things that I haven't really been able to acquire before. So there may be a day, probably Friday, where I don't stream. We just found no Wands of Digging. Nope, no Wands of Digging. Please put away the Dark Maul before I visit my friend. Yeah, I think the Dark Maul is gonna stay with this character. By the way, Dark Maul versus BB. BB is heavily damaged. BB is severely damaged. You destroy BB. 3 attacks. BB is among the tankiest things in the game, and I killed BB with 3 attacks. Look at that! 270 HP, 30 armor class, and those resistances. Like, of course, the resistances don't matter for the purposes of the Dark Maul, but still. Man, that was crazy. I kind of suspected that something like that was gonna happen, but Vivi has some really decent evasion, right? For a monster with such level of armor class, 3 pips of evasion is kind of crazy. The Shatterer is a good title. I don't know what the title is for 27 Maces, but we're about to find out. Yeah, we're pretty close to that. Dark Maul sorta ignores armor. Yeah, it really is like that. It's like Crystal Spear or Orb of Destruction. Like, it just deals so much damage that armor or no armor, if you get hit by it, you're gonna take a ton of damage. These things have a lot of it. Not that much, but still. Enough for me to not want to use the Dark Maul. On the other hand, this Tentacle Monstrosity, well, it's out of luck. Ignores armor, hit points, the hopes and dreams of the enemies. It only doesn't ignore evasion, unfortunately. I wish it also ignored evasion. As I said earlier, I think that it should maybe have 100 accuracy. Maybe it would be okay if it was even slower, but it had 100 accuracy. Like, would that be too crazy? Maybe it would be too crazy. Maybe I am just going mad with power now that I have used the Dark Maul. Well, I do have to say that today's run was pretty satisfying. I didn't start the run today thinking that I was gonna use the Dark Maul for the first time, but it was good. It was a good experience. I also completely nuked out of existence that Ghost Moth. Good stuff. Yeah. I feel like that is absolutely the correct thing to do. So did you know that there is a reason in lore why ghost mods are invisible but cannot see invisible? It's so that they don't overwhelm the fauna of spider, because if they could see each other, they could reproduce very easily and overpopulate spider. But since they cannot see each other, they cannot do that, and that's why ghost mods are there, but they are very rare. Which is a pretty silly thing, but that's how the devs have explained it to people who ask. In the past. Like why do ghost mods? Why do they not have see invisible, but they are invisible themselves? Now you know. Yep, bad evolutionary strategy indeed. I have mastered mazes. My title is the Skull Crusher. Seems pretty fitting. Cannot say um, that I disagree with that title. Seems about right. Blame Sod. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I feel like I'm only getting away with Dark Maul because of my crazy good defenses. Without crazy good defenses, I don't think that I would be able to do this thing. Skull Crusher, Body Crusher, Arm Crusher, Tile Crusher, Leg Crusher, Spirit Crusher. That's a good song from Death, from their album The Sound of Perseverance. I really like it. Yeah. When I was younger, I used to play music during my Sod runs and Orb runs. Um, I sometimes played that song. And then later in life, when I found Dream Theater, I like to play In the Presence of Enemies Part 1 and Part 2. Since the two songs combined last for 26 minutes, is like the perfect amount of time for doing Sod and then the Orb run. I have noticed that it often takes me about half an hour to do that. Unless things get pretty complicated. In which case it might be more adequate to play 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence, which lasts for 42 minutes. Um, got enough mapping to map every level. Yeah, I almost never do it, but I do think that it is the correct thing to do. Um, if you have the magic mapping, why not use it, after all? Yep, this game I got very little in the way of portal bolts. I didn't really notice immediately because the run was so blessed, but didn't get Ice Cave, didn't get Ossuary, didn't get Wizlaff, didn't get Gauntlet. I did get Sewer and I did get Volcano, so at least I got some stuff. And the Volcano didn't banish me. That's also an upside. Pretty good, noticeable thing to say. Oh, and the Perma Bazaar. Um, the way that Perma Bazaar works is that like if a shop generates, it has like a really low chance of turning into a Perma Bazaar. Oh, I didn't get salt, but who cares about salt? No one, no one goes into salt. Salt is the worst place ever. Damage output check. Your damage rating with Dark Mode is about 214. Jeez. Multiplied by 217% skill. Imagine if I had more strength. Imagine if I had like 40 strength. This would have been great. 214 damage rating. I bet with might, I might be able to get 6 exclamation symbols very consistently. Mm. Needs more harm. Unfortunately, harm does not show there, but like harm would absolutely make it so that I get 6 exclamation marks more often than I have been getting. Yeah, this has been a good run. Thank you all for stopping by and sharing the run with me. I hope that you have enjoyed it as much as I have enjoyed it. Oh, a double miscast of Manifold Assault. Weird. Hadn't gotten that many miscasts. This is kind of scary because of the Orb of Fire. Lots of Draconian Scorchers too. They have cooldown damnation, right? Yeah, that's not good. We might want to Apoc here. Okay, the Orb of Fire got slowed. What's its chance to dodge my stuff? 38. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Haste? I have a million haste. Why not haste for every dangerous fight? Wow, I hit it, but I barely dealt any damage. That's uncharacteristic of the Dark Maul. Did I seriously hit the Orb of Fire but do no damage with the Dark Maul? That's crazy. I cannot believe this. What is this game? Why is this game like this? I feel like beyond a certain threshold of damage output, you should never have this thing happen. No matter the armor class of the monster, you should at least be able to hit it for one. Like, why did this happen? I have 200 plus damage output. Oh my. Well, it's just what it is. It's crawl, right? Like that's never gonna change. Um, Okay, that's not a no, that's permanent, but it doesn't matter. I have never found heal wounds. Well, that's not true, but I found like very little of them. It must be the high evasion from the Orb of Fire. No, it's not that. Like, if it says that you hit it but you dealt no damage, it's literally you hit it but dealt zero damage, which is absolutely insane. On the other hand, I feel like what the Juggernaut feels when I have like 20 something armor class and the Juggernaut hits me but deals no damage. I now know what that feels like. It feels nonsensical. That's what I can tell you. Okay, I see a Ghost Bolt here. What does it have? What's in there? Potion of Haste. What is this? Scroll of Fear. I feel like it's most likely not worth it for me to go in there. Yep. Oh, there's multiple ghosts. Two ghosts called Ebualong. Okay, ghosts of people that are not real. Ha. It is a pretty pitiful ghost, but I'm more unnerved by the rest of the bolt than I am by the ghost. Yep, I'm just not gonna mess with that. I feel like the potential for disaster is a bit too high. SOT 5, magic mapping. This one is the one where magic mapping is correct. Okay, perma teleport trap into or dispersal trap and SOT trap. Yikes. And no mark trap. Oh, there's two. Oh, I've been saved. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna jump into this one, and then I'm gonna rush here. Like I'm gonna run for my life here. I don't wanna waste this one, which is closer to this room. This room is perfect for fighting. Yeah, this room is gonna be great. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. That's how we're gonna do this. I'm glad that I have two mark traps. If I didn't have the mark traps in this level, it would be absolutely miserable. You know, I have an Amulet of Mana regen with like 8 intelligence. I maybe should have equipped that at some point with this character, like after discovering the joys of Manifold Assault. You hate the damage variance sometimes, like 5 dice of 13 instead of 8 dice of 6 plus 5 being more stable. Yeah, like the new spell Plasma Beam has that. Super hard. Plasma Beam is the pinnacle of damage variance. Look at that. At 3% power, because of course I don't have fire or air magic, it deals 2 dice or 2 times 1 dice of 15, or like it rolls 1 dice of 15 twice for the 2 bolts. It's a very weird way to represent that. Um, with a maximum of 2 times 1 dice of 131. Um, so yeah, you can roll for hypothetically 2 damage on a full power roll. It is very unlikely for such a thing to happen, but it can happen. 2 times 1 dice of 131 just goes against everything you've ever known with gaming. Like, I assume that's very weird because in RPGs, it doesn't work like this, right? To begin with, how would you even roll one die of 131, right? Let alone do it twice. 2 to 262 for a spell is extreme, even though the averages would say it's fine. Yeah, yeah. Kroll does that a lot. It's kind of demotivating in a sense that, like, I want less variance, but that spell got introduced like a couple of weeks ago, and it is more variance. To be completely fair, it is replacing a spell that was already very heavily affected by variance, which was Lightning Bolt, so I guess it's kind of okay because of that, but I don't know, I feel like that was probably the opportunity to make something that was not so heavily affected by variance. Look at that, a little buggy room here, completely separated from the rest of the level. Not something that is supposed to happen, but something that does often happen. Well, not often, but every now and then. Haste, we have a lot of them after that, after all. Then run over here. Okay, monsters are gonna start pouring in. And a Dreadlich, which gets absolutely devastated. Look at that guy. There used to be a Lich there. Now there's nothing. It doesn't even leave like a pile of bones or anything. It just ceases to exist. Six exclamation marks, Mr. Dreadlich. Yeah, let's see if I can actually deal damage to the Orb of Fire now. You know, damage that accurately represents the kind of damage output that I have access to. Please. Oh, come on, 3 exclamation. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. Still gonna keep being hasted. Uh, wow. Do I have Wow. Okay, this is really good. 1.0, 1.1 attack speed, 1.2 sometimes while hasted. That's really great. I'm not marked anymore. I feel like the mark didn't last for much, for very long. Gonna go back, and I was expecting a much more epic fight, but that's why I have this second mark trap. Okay, I don't think that I'm gonna get anywhere by doing this. So, okay, before doing that, which could potentially kill me, let's do this and this. Okay, and maybe also might. Yeah, maybe also might. Oh, I got teleported into the trap room. That sucks. Let's read the teleport, because it's pretty much the same thing. Okay. Unfortunate that we are in this position, but I can epoch and make a ton of noise, and then jump into this teleport trap when things start going poorly, so we can afford to do it. Yep, epoch. I paralyzed the Orb of Fire, pretty good. I'm gonna cast Manifold to see if I can hit the Orb of Fire before it becomes unparalyzed. Okay, I did hit it, but why am I not hitting things crazy hard? Variance at play. Okay, we at least get rid of the Orb of Fire, very convenient. Did I see 6 exclamation marks? No, I think it's only 5 on the Orb Guardian. Yeah, it's only 5. You heard me smashing everything and one no part in it. Makes sense. Unfortunately, I got minus potion on vertigo because I don't have a lot of evasion, and I don't have a shield, so I'm just getting hit by all the pies. Oh, permanent teleport trap into a rather annoying position. I have mastered fighting. Um, I guess that. Oh, armor. Yeah, armor is the correct thing to train, actually. This would be a perfect moment to use Epoch again. I'm gonna try to jump into a teleport trap. Wow. I am kinda surprised. It's okay because many of the dudes are jumping into a teleport trap, so I'm not really gonna have to fight that many of them. Gonna get strength. Okay. Final damage output with this thing, 227 plus might plus plus might. I'm gonna drink haste. I have a halved potion healing, so this is kind of annoying. I'm still exhausted from Epoch, but the Epoch was correct, I think. I I killed a lot of nasty stuff with the Epoch. I'm not liking this. I think the time has come to use one of my very few scrolls of blinking to blink over here. Okay, pretty good blink. I can afford to use Ambrosia now, I think. We use Fogu, and then we use Ambrosia. I think that I'm resting in front of a Sod Trap. Oh, at permanent teleport. Oh, maybe I should be closer to that, just in case things get really nasty. Ambrosia. Your system partially rejects the healing. That's gonna be really annoying. Oh, if it's gonna be really annoying, why not get rid of it? I was going to lose Robust at some point anyway. Oh, I got Robust. I lost it, but I gained it again. And my system completely accepts the healing effects of potions. Oh, let's go. This is amazing. Oh yeah, this is good. This is the good stuff. Okay, that lasted for a while. This ambrosia, but you know what it is? It's because I drank it while hasted. So like every action takes less time, which gives the illusion that ambrosia lasts for longer. I got the frail. Yeah, like it was eventually gonna happen. I always knew it. Nothing to be annoyed about. I ran out of mana, potions of mana. Well, I guess I also ran out of mana. Not that it matters too much. I'm not gonna be able to Apoc again so soon. Might resistance. One shot the golden dragon. One shot the berserk golden dragon. This thing is funny. But yeah, I cannot help. Every time that I attack with it, cannot help but feel that I'm doing something that I shouldn't be doing. It is really a feeling that doesn't go away whenever you're using this item. Dark Maul carrying so hard now. Yeah, Apoc paralyzing the Orbs of Fire, it's like really a death sentence for the Orbs of Fire. Because the main strength that they have versus me is that they have a ton of evasion. But if they cannot dodge because they're paralyzed, then they're dead. Like as easy as that. I just press the button and they die. And yeah, okay, let's go ahead and pick this thing up. The Golden Dragons of Scales of Sod? Nah. Well, maybe. Apoc plus Dark Maul has been a ton of fun. Yeah, very synergistic. It's surprising. Um, because like it lets me get rid of some things that I otherwise would have a lot of issues with. Um, okay, okay. I'm glad that I already killed everything. Yeah, I was doing that because that was literally the only way for me to get out. Um, well, I guess I could have also used the scroll blinking, but I didn't want to. Okay, we're almost done. Oh, I reflected the Blizzard Demon's melee attack. The Freezing Blast is repelled. Hmm. I bet that Scarf of Repulsion did something this run. It wasn't really noticeable, but I bet it did something. It is often better with a bit more armor, with a bit more evasion. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Ice Fiend. Begins to attack but is stunned by your conviction. I wonder if that was a torment. I think that it would be cool if Rue had a special message for when an enemy is gonna do something truly messed up to you, but you prevent it because of Rue. Like a message that should appear if you prevent a Crystal Spear or an Iron Shot, an Orb of Destruction, Damnation, Torment, or a level 9 spell with Rue. It would be good. I don't know if Rue can prevent summons, but if you can prevent summons, if Rue can prevent summons, it should also trigger for um, like summon Greater Demon and other summons like that. Okay, so the Tormentor tormented me for 34 damage because I'm a Gargoyle and I have 3 pips of resistance to negative. This would have been an okay character to do Orb-Run Tomb with. Oh, this would have been a pretty good character to try for a Greater Mummy one-shot. Well, I guess it's now a Royal Mummy one-shot. For a while, there were very few people who had ever done that. A Royal Mummy one shot. I did it multiple times. I even did it on stream once. Like when I was beginning to stream, I had pretty terrible audio because I was borrowing a headset from a call center job. And then I eventually bought this headset that I have right now, which is not great. I know that it's not great. I've heard it before, but it is significantly better than what I had at the beginning. Um, so yeah, that was a ton of fun. Glad to see that Apoc plus Dark Maul character get the win against all odds. I didn't have any fate. I had 0 fate. Um, let's go ahead and change this for. Oh, that's not it. Okay, but that's not what we were using. We were using the Dark Maul. I guess I should inscribe the other one with the Twitch, which it originally had. Okay. Dark Maul confirmed as the best weapon in the game. I guess so. It was a journey, but unlike launchers, I feel like it was a rewarding journey. That I can tell you. Um, yeah. I also think that I got super lucky with the character. I got really good stuff. Double pearl scales. I should probably use this as Scroll of Enchant Armor. Celebratory Scroll of Enchant Armor in the air. I wanted to use a Spellbinder for the Orbs of Fire, but I guess it's better to just kill them with the Dark Maul. Sure. Having a ton of potions of haste also helped a lot. I was constantly hasted pretty much in every fight that involved me and one extremely dangerous monster. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Whips. They do puny damage. Weapons are death to you that are in Dark Mauls. Uh, Now it's time to dedicate yourself to either Dragon Form or Storm Form or Dark Maul. Like those are the only options now. Anything that deals less damage than that is not even worth considering. Sometimes it really feels like that. Like you finish a run with Dragon Form and Manifold Assault. Well, before Manifold Assault got nerfed, like that was great. Now I bet it's not that great anymore, but it's probably still pretty good. Um, yeah, that was nice. I am a bit surprised that it dealt that much damage. I wasn't really expecting it to do that much damage, but I still think that Dragon Form is probably better because Dragon Form is more accurate when it comes to dealing with Orbs of Fire. The 50% extra HP also helps a lot when it comes to not dying. Um, so yeah, I'm very happy that I got to win with that Arbalest without ever using it. That's the greatest part of this run. Um, I should have probably inscribed Dark Maul with Dark Maul doesn't suck. Um, Against all odds, Dark Maul doesn't suck. Yeah, good run. It's absolutely gonna go to YouTube. That was wild. That's a good way to put it. Now the only option that I have is to see if I have anything to eat because I'm kind of hungry. So see you around. Have a nice rest of your night. Thank you for the subscriptions, the donations. Thank you, Dan Brani, for yet another $20. I appreciate them a lot, and I shall use them to eat at a later date. Not right now because it's 11 p.m. and I'm not gonna order anything because it would be too expensive and because it's 11 p.m. So see you around. I'll be back tomorrow, most likely, to play more Crawl. I guess I should say 297 wins now. I'm gonna keep going for random characters until 300 wins. See you around.